enough to do this mic over there? Or
Oh, no problems. But the question is, do I pass it on to the first people who want to speak, or do I keep recovering it? How would you like to proceed?
let me get the environment thing first.
You can, yeah.
And just, but they,
Okay, good. Yeah,
we'll say something like that.
yeah, fine.
Maybe everyone shuffle a little back.
Yeah, I'm very close to you. I'm sorry.
Shuffle back.
But he can't lock his throat. So there. Keep that open. Keep the back open. Keep the back open so people can go back of you to the veranda and to the toilet and to the food. Oh, we broke the. I think they need to be able to walk through. I heard what you said. Jenny? Jeb and Jenny. Hi, Jenny. We're going to start with you two.
Oh, okay, great.
They need to be able to walk through. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. That's cooperation.
Stay open.
Oh, that's true. Is that okay? People can
I
go.
wish I could stop people from walking through here, but nothing I say or do can make that happen. People are going to walk through here. I have no control over it. Thank you.
They're going around like back way now.
Back. Down the pillar.
Just there. Where do you live now? Helena, on the coast. Nice. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Could someone close the doors to the street over there
Rules and values, like basic values.
and behind us over there? Thanks, Lewis.
Yeah.
We'll just wait for Lewis to get back and Stu to say he's okay. Are you okay, Stu? Yeah. Lewis, you're okay? Okay. Well, what a fantastic turnout to talk about community. That's so nice. Thank you all for coming. And we've got quite a lot of time. Even though this session goes for ages, we've actually got another one on the history of community that goes till about 5 o'clock. So it wouldn't matter to me, like with the environment the other day, we just married all the sessions together into one and it just seemed to work out perfectly. So we'll see if that happens today. and whatever. Anyway, I just wanted to start with our two friends here, Carl and Neil. Jeffrey, who are to my left. And they both lived at Findhorn. And being that that's the oldest of the communities which we represent here, as far as I know, I'd love them to talk about their experience there and about how it was set up and everything they know about that. And then we might go from there to Dharmananda with Carol, if she's still here. Yes, there she is. Yes, so we can just keep passing it along. And we'll go from there with people just talking around the circle about the communities they're from. And then we'll come back after that with like the issues of community, everything, like from communication, how do you deal with people, succession, how communities have changed in terms of, you know, like even the titles, children, gardening, everything that you want to talk about, we can talk about this afternoon. So thank you very, very much. I'm going to pass it on.
Okay, thank you everyone. It's a real honour to be here and represent Findhorn. The first thing I will do is just what we always do in Findhorn, which is always just have a minute's silence when we come together. So I just ask you to find yourselves comfortable in your chair, get your feet on the ground, and just, if you like, close your eyes. If it's okay, keep them open if it's okay for you to. And just come into your body, connect with your heart. I'll just sit here in a minute of silence. Thank you. First, I'll just introduce, I'm Carl. Maybe first just a bit about my history and how I come to be at Findhorn, and then maybe pass Jeff can just give a bit of his history. I was born in Sydney, and I always was fascinated by communities from my early 20s. I must admit, I spent a few weeks at Dharmananda in the 90s, and learned a lot from Carol, so it feels really wonderful to be on the same panel as her after so many years. And I've probably lived in about 5 or 6 communities in my lifetime of various types. Spiritual ones, Breath Connection up here, up the road, that most of you people probably know. Some really bad communities locally, which is probably, I probably would say I'm one of the few people probably lived in one of the worst communities in the world and one of the best in the world, and seen horrible things happen and seen really good things happen. So I come with that sort of range of experience. So to do with Findhorn, I arrived there in about 2006 with my wife, and we lived there for about 7 years. For us, firstly, I just want to say it was a really easy place for us to live. We always felt like we were living in a bit of a bubble, because life definitely was easier and more smoother compared to outside. For me, that 7 years I lived there, I don't think I ever saw really any violence or people being really drunk or anything like that. There's definitely a different feel about it. Maybe that's all I'll say at the moment. I'll pass it on to Jeff to let him introduce himself, and then we'll get talking a bit about the history of Findhorn.
Thanks, Carl. It feels really good to be here with a buddy from Findhorn. We often have joint managers at Findhorn, which really seems to work well. So I came to go to Findhorn. In 1994, I spent 6 months traveling around the world visiting different spiritual communities, and moved up from Sydney to Byron in 95 and had an idyllic life. I bought a horse outside, living in the country, taught kids piano, and set up accounting systems, and had a beautiful life. And if I wanted a bit more money, I'd work a bit harder, and if not, I'd work a bit less. And then I just felt unsettled. And when I explored with a channeler, therapist of mine, Bubala, I realized I needed to go back to Findhorn. So it wasn't a logical choice because I had an idyllic life living in Myocum. But I just felt drawn to be there, and I didn't know whether I was going for a day or a week or the rest of my life. So I arrived in Findhorn in December 97, single person, and stayed there for the next 12 years. I had various roles as finance director and heading up the infrastructure company that did the wind park and the management of the sewage, internal sewage system and so forth. And when I first arrived there, I felt like there was a denial of lower chakras, so I ended up running a sex and spirit conference. But more about that sort of stuff later. So I lived there for 12 years. I met my wife, 2000, there from Barcelona. We had a couple of kids in the community and left in 2019 and moved to UK. So that's where I am now. So I'll now pass back to Carl.
Just out of curiosity, put up your hand if you know about Findhorn and get a sense of how many people know its story. About half of the here. So, and about half don't. So just very, very briefly, Findhorn is in northern Scotland, quite a windy spot, right next to a Findhorn Bay. It was begun by 3 people, the Caddies, Peter and Eileen Caddy, and Dorothy McLean. They were very into, I would say, spirituality and trying to listen to the word of God. And it's quite a long story, really. And I'm not quite sure if I can remember it fully. And I might need Jeff's help to if I make any mistakes, you can kick me. But basically, they were basically Elaine, the lady, started to hear what she called the word of God, and Peter was more the doer. She would hear the word of God and get intuition of what to do, and Peter would make it happen. So that was basically the relationship, that real female-male relationship. And they were at this place called Forest, and they got a job managing a hotel, which they managed for quite a while. And then they suddenly got chucked off and left. The management just didn't want them anymore, and they had nothing other than 3 kids. And they ended up at a caravan park in Findhorn, just living in a little caravan park, just with themselves and the 3 guys. And soon after that, a lady called Dorothy joined them. And basically, Eileen just continued, keep getting messages. Eileen kept getting messages, and Peter would give instructions, would just do it. And she would get messages like, I'll give you one example, like build a big dining hall, enough to fill 250 people. And at that stage, they only had they only had 11 people or so around them. This is back in the mid-60s sometime. 64 is when it started. And this is probably around 66 or 67, I'm not 100% sure. And there was like, they thought, that's crazy. Why bring out this big hall when there's only 11 of us? And they just get to know people will come. And so they built this large dining hall, and then behold, the people came in a few years, and it was full. So, and they became very well known back there mainly through Dorothy's work, working with the divas, the nature spirits. And she could tune into nature spirits very well, and she would get messages from them what they needed to grow, particularly with the vegetables and other things. And then Peter would go off and get the compost or do whatever is required to achieve it. And so they became very well known in growing enormous vegetables, particularly cabbages. If people know that, they've got many stories of growing giant cabbages. And from that probably came three of their basic principles. One at the moment I can't remember, I'll ask you. But one first was service, love and action. So giving service but with love from your heart. Second one was, what's the second one? Listening in a voice? Yes, listening. Yeah, second one's listening to your inner voice, but basically recognition that God lives inside here in your heart, and to start to connect to your heart and listen to that guidance inside you. And the third was co-creation with nature. In other words, connecting to nature and including that in the decision-making process. They were the very basic principles that Fintorn is established on, and still are there to a certain degree to today. Some more than others, but there's still definitely a very strong, those parts are still very much there. Anything else you can add about the early days, Jeff? No. Thanks, Jeff. I must admit, this feels really weird. I've never talked to the microphone for so long before. So,
man's prerogative to change his mind. You know that, don't you? Essential truths in all religions. I just wanted to mention that for me is also a founding principle of Fintorn. It's one of the things that attracted me to Fintorn because it's not based on any one particular spiritual teaching, but looking at the essential truths in all religions. For me, that is great. That's what attracted me there. There's Christians, shamans, Buddhists, the whole spectrum, and pagans, whatever. And that's what attracted me, but it's also one of the challenges. In any community, often it's a guiding principle or spiritual teaching that holds it together. And so there's an extra challenge in Fintorn and other communities that don't have that to find their essential glue, which is like the principles that Carl just mentioned. So basically one of the other aspects of Fintorn for me is they started with people following what they perceived as God's guidance and their absolute faith that Carl mentioned about following what they understood to be the messages they received. And then they became an establishment that was focused on education, helping people learn to meditate, personal growth. And there was a further person whose name escapes me from America who came and led that initiative. And I think David Spangler. Yep, thanks. Good coaching going on here, as you can hear. And I think one of the strengths for me of Fintorn is its continual evolution. So after the education process, then we moved more into sustainability. We had the first wind turbine in Europe, I think it was, and produced all their own electricity, processed their own sewage, and became really a centre for sustainable education in the early days. Now they have a lot of sustainability university students come in doing 6-week semesters there at Fintorn. And recently with COVID, the core part of the Fintorn community is the foundation, Fintorn Foundation, which is an educational trust, which relied upon people coming mostly from overseas to come and do workshops. So with COVID hitting, they had an enormous drop in their income by about 90%, and that was the core financial engine. So that has been a real challenge, and a few people who thought they'd be living in that community for the rest of their lives were asked to move on, and there was lots of angst And in fact, the latest story, latest unfolding of that was one person who's particularly annoyed, burnt down the main meditation centre and community centre. So there's been a lot of trauma over the last few years in the community, and it's now reforming in different ways. And it's that continual alignment to the basic principles and to inquiring from the universe what is the right manifestation for us at this time. So as we've just had our 60th birthday at the community, one of the interesting things I see the videos of the community meetings, it's like, okay, so we're now the present people living there and now the founders for the next 60 years of the Findhorn community, and what does that look like? So there's a lot of planning and internal inquiry, and for me they feel like they're going through a really good process with that.
Thank you. I feel I might just go back to the history a bit more, to give people a bit more understanding of how it's developed over time. And the next thing I would say that just a little thing to give you a sense, they were living in this caravan park that was in the middle of a very area where there was like basically just sand, very poor soil, creating these enormous big cabbages and vegetables that was personally impossible to do in that environment, and got a lot of attention. And from that, a lot of hippies started to arrive, or more alternative people, and they said people who were there in the early days always talk about just the buzz that existed in those early days, this real sense that they were creating a new world, and just this sense of just total involvement and total newness and life just happening all the time, that all the oldies often, the elders I should say, the elders of the community often refer to and miss that newness that was there, probably a bit like the Aquarius Festival here 50 years ago. But one thing, just a little thing to think, is that Eileen, when in the early days, one of the places she used to meditate was in the toilet, in the caravan toilet. And a lot of deep of her meditations and intuition she got now was from the toilet, because that was the only place she could meditate in peace, because she was living in a little caravan with 3 sons, and sons aren't the most quiet of people, and a husband. So the only place she could find a peace was the toilet. And now that toilet is still kept, where people can come and sit there and see if they can in tune, but it doesn't seem to work so well anymore as it did back in those days. I'd like to also then mention that, as Jeff was talking about, a lot of that personal growth stuff came into Findhorn as well, and they developed a lot of good processes internally, dealing with your internal conflicts. And like, I don't know how many of you were with Carol's presentation earlier, that's really, for me and from my experience, the key of any relationship is the quality of the relationships in the community, and the quality of the people to go beyond themselves and reflect on their own inner journey, and have that ability to self-reflect, and therefore not get stuck in something which goes on for a long time. And from my experience, the communities that work is communities that have established that in some form. So yeah, and another key point I'd like to mention is that this was a community that was getting larger, growing very, very quickly, and slowly they bought the caravan park, and the caravan park they owned, and also they end up owning back the Cluny Hotel, where they first managed when they arrived in Forest. So they started actually becoming quite large. They owned a caravan park and then could start organising it the way they liked, and they also owned a large hotel, of which they started to use as a place to do workshops, etc. from all the stuff they were learning. Also, back in those days, they were on the cutting edge on a lot of new age stuff, or, you know, that stuff there, and quite a lot of our terminology we have comes from there. Like the word eco-village comes from a guy called John Talbot, who now actually lives in Australia. And yeah, he's just moved back. Oh, he's just moved back to Findon. That's the thing. Thank you. And they made, and the structure of Findon, just to give you a bit more of an idea, so it's basically a caravan park. And to have a caravan park, basically you can only have officially mobile structures. So there's a lot of structures that are officially mobile, but unofficially pretty damn permanent. And so there's a lot of small dwellings, caravans converted, or for instance, where I was living in the barrel area called the barrel houses, which were basically whiskey barrels converted to houses. The first stage of making whiskey is like making beer in quite a large, enormous barrel, about 4 to 5 meters diameter and about nearly story and a half tall, and that wood was used to convert into houses. The first one that was done, basically it was just moved from the whiskey place to the house, put in a door, put a roof on, and turned into a bachelor's flat. And it's still there after now about 35 years, I think, or so, 40 years. And on very hot days, when you walk in that barrel, you still can smell a bit of that beer smell come out of the wood, just a little bit. The spirit containers, yeah. So, and it probably that atmosphere probably suits the guy who lives in it, I think. Another thing is that as the community develops, it was really quite organised in a quite structured way in some ways. Peter Caddy was actually an ex-military guy who actually in the Second World War was, I think, head of the catering division in India for the Second World War. So he was very military and very black and white and very liked orders, and if you weren't going to pull your weight, he would just tell you to piss off. So he could, so it was that very, very harsh, not harsh, but direct approach. And then there's a large, more female internal approach developing to do with reflection and listening and trying to create consensus in the group, etc., etc. And as the group developed, for me, there was a really key moment in the development of Findon, because you had these very strong personalities holding it. The three then, plus David Spinner and a few other people that came along were quite thing. And by this stage, I think the community was already suddenly getting quite a few hundred people or so. And I'm not sure exactly what year, Jeff might remember, but at a certain point, and it still basically ran that Elaine would get the messages from God, and then the community, mainly through the willpower of Peter, would do what was required. And another amazing project which they did there is called the Universal Hall. It's quite I think actually someone around this area actually designed it, I think, from memory or something, who lives here now. Great, no, Graham Meltzer did not know. Someone, can't remember his name now. But it's quite an amazing building, Universal Hall. It can fit for up to a few thousand people. Jeff, do you know? 300?
Yeah, that's the limit from fire regulations.
Fire regulations 300, but I'm sure felt like we fit in a lot more than that. I was a bit off there. Always feels a lot more than it is. And at the time when that was built, it was quite an architectural feat, how they designed it and how they did it. Something really probably worth looking at on the website.
So I think this is a good time for us to stop because we could go on for hours. And what I'd love to do is to hear about the other communities. And then, so I'll pass on to Carol, and then it'd be great to get questions later on, so it's more interactive. Thank you. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you. My name's Carol. I co-founded Dharmananda Community. I guess when we bought it in 1972, Dudley Leggett and myself, and we went away to earn money to pay it off and missed the Aquarius Festival, but we came back in 75, and that's when the community started. The community part of it started, the land already a massive community of itself. I guess I won't talk a lot about it because Jen Ireland, who's sitting over here, has written a book about it, which is we've been going for 50 years. The thing that I wanted was what I call a real community, which is where people live and work together, and that it was growing food together. So we grow about 75 to 80% of what we eat, depending on the season, for around 25 people, and we work the land together. We work in the garden on Saturday morning and do farm projects and maintenance on Friday morning together. We eat morning tea Friday and Saturday, and we eat a meal together probably between 3 and 5 nights of the week. It depends on cooks that are available, eating the food that we grow. So that is our bonding. And I saw very early on that if people didn't get skills in communication skills when things went wrong, it was going to go down the gurgler very fast. And so I went about, I thought, oh look, yeah, it was terrible. Well, all of you know who's lived on community how bad it can get. And so after a while I thought I got to learn something about this, so I went away in Lismore, a provincial town. Anyway, there was things happening, and the Conflict Resolution Network in Sydney, and between patching together a few courses, I brought them back to the farm and we learned together. And now we're in a big transition because the original cohort that was there is old, like me, and we've got a young lot of people coming in, and they're taking up the baton and running the farm and looking after the cows and cheese making and all of that. And they're also taking up the baton of their own accord of continuing our commitment to learning about communication. So that's to me quite a remarkable thing, and I am training 2 of them to be facilitators, because if you don't have good facilitators, you have terrible meetings and people don't come, and you don't get good outcomes, and it's a horrible day. So so they are learning to be good facilitators, and people are learning to be responsible participants, and it continues. And I feel very warmed by that, and that the fact that the 2 facilitators are male is also, and one of them's only 30. So it just feels a very good handing over, or they're taking up the baton of themselves. And I think the story that illustrates in the greatest depth our commitment to each other is that we had a piece of land in the centre of the community. Our land is quite hilly, so it was flat land. It had the road next to it, it had grid power, and it had the farm water system was on it. And we kept it for over 10 years, wondering what to do with it, that not to allocate it to an individual household. It's an MO, so no one owns their house or the land that it's on. It's owned by the Cooperative Limited. And I think that's essential for a community. All these strata titles, where there's freehold title and you sell to anyone, who look at the charter and then do what they want when they come. I only know this because I ended up with a career in conflict management. I've been to lots of communities. That this would not be allocated to a private house. And in a meeting about 3 years ago, one of the younger people said, we're going to build a medium density set of buildings here so that none of the old people have to go off the farm to die. That is the whole spirit. And yes, we have little fights, but it doesn't make us go back and turn the whole place into a rural suburbia, which is what sadly has happened to most ideas about community, because unless you learn conflict management skills and good communication, that's what's going to happen. And the other thing is that we have, there's no one in charge in sense of an overall role of being in charge. There's people who take responsibilities for various aspects of the farm, and everyone does what they say they're going to do. And because we manage a herd of cows for cheese making and so on, and chickens and so on, people do what they say they're going to do, and it's done by the commitment. So no one is telling anyone what to do. There is, obviously, you can't get away from hierarchies. The whole of life is developed on a hierarchy, and the hierarchies are of expertise. So I wouldn't do anything to do with the pastures, because there's someone who has an expertise about the pastures and the rotation of the cattle, and then there's people who know about cover crops and soil, and we ask and we respect that level of expertise. So like anywhere, there's a hierarchy of expertise, but not a positional hierarchy. And the fact is that the whole thing is based on trust. The garden is full of food, the pantry is full of food, the cheese fridges are full of cheese. People can just go and take, the jam shelves are full of jam, the herb jars are full of herbs. People take what they need, and we trust that that's what people will do, and that's what happens. So the whole thing hangs on what I would call a very slender thread of trust. And maintaining a thread of trust is an ongoing practice as well, which arises out of good communication. So I feel very happy the way everything's going. We have a graveyard there. I want to be buried there. And I think that's probably enough. And I think read the book, because the book is actually a very good read. Jen has compiled it in a beautiful way, and everyone that's read it has found it incredibly enjoyable and easy to read. So, yeah, I'll give it to Jen.
I'm not sure really what I can add, Carol. You've given such a fabulous overview. We sound amazing. The book is called Living and Working Together, Half a Century on Dharmananda. We celebrated our 50th anniversary at the end of last year. It's actually out the front of the hall on the table outside, or at different places in Nimbin, Perceptios and Environment Centre and the Hemp Embassy. The reason I wrote the book, just since we're focusing on that for a minute, is because sitting around the dining room table over many, many years, I've been on the farm for over 30 years, I've heard all these different stories about people and events and experiences, and, I've thought someone needs to write these down before we lose them. About the old Italian guy who lived next door to Zorzi and used to come down through the farm with his bananas and say to whoever, what are you doing? And they'd say what they were doing, and he'd say, something to do. Or he'd see one of the women and say, has she got a husband? But the classic story about de Zorzi is when he decided he'd sell his draft horse, Poledro, and asked Dudley, were we interested in buying it? And the answer was yes, but it was completely the opposite transaction to what usually happens. Dudley was trying to pay more, and de Zorzi was wanting to take less. So it was rather cute in its own way. But there's been many, many stories and people and colourful times, and also I've included in it information about systems, like our water system and our vegetable rotation, how we work the garden, and all kinds of little interesting things. I tried to make it so it would appeal to a range of people. And one of the things, just picking up on Carol's point about trust, is that as well as the Friday morning and the Saturday morning work mornings, either on farm projects or in the garden, we also do 2 rosters a week. So you can either take up being a milker. We hand milk 5 cows every morning. You can be a milker, or you can do what's called kitchen roster in the main house. Nobody lives there. So, if there's enough cream, we turn it into butter, we make a big pot of yogurt every day, reset the fuel stove, sweep the house, all that kind of thing. Or you can cook. So the more people who put their hand up for cooking, the more meals we have together during the week. The only night we don't eat together officially is Sunday night. We eat at home. So if the roster board is full, there'll be 5 or 6 cooks in the main house, and then we meet there at 6:30 for the meal. So you don't know what you're going to eat, but you know that it's been made with love. So that's where the trust works. And if people do things on the farm, but we can't see what they're doing, we trust that they're working on a project down in the gully, or whatever they're doing, pruning the kiwis or whatever they're doing. Yeah. And about, if everyone's there, about 22, 24. And just to finish, Carol made the point about taking responsibility. When I was very, very new there, I thought I was being amazing by identifying something that needed doing, because I could see that it needed doing. I thought this is what you did. So I said to Carol, someone needs to blah, 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 whatever it was. And Carol is very good at being clear and direct about what she thinks. And so she said, someone needs to. So then I realised that the someone was me. And if you don't have the skills to do whatever you've identified needs doing, you at least know that it needs doing, and you find the person who does know how to, join up the poly pipe or whatever it is, So I often fondly think back to Carol, you did me a great favour, thank you, with that interaction. Yeah. Yeah, it would be great if you bought the book, because it's a great book, but, don't feel pressured, it's out there. Well, only in as much as probably describing the rosters system and that. Things like our bylaws or rules or whatever aren't included in it. But many times we're asked over the years to help someone, to give a copy of our bylaws, for example. And we have a very detailed overview of the community and what's expected for new people coming on. Yeah, and we keep refining that. We refine what we've got written down all the time, you could say, couldn't you, Carol? That every year we're looking at some aspect of it and thinking, well, that really isn't what's happening, or we need this to happen, or yeah. We're going to Bodie Farm.
And our table next. Hi, mate.
Hello.
when I was asked to speak, I thought, no, I'm not Turnable. And so I made a call out for people who'd been there not as long as me, because I think your experience varies a lot, whether you're in the early buzzy days or whether you've come a bit later or whether you've been born there. And I have to say, I was not there in the early days, but Ian was over there. Oh, well, he was there a bit earlier than me. But I did actually come to Turnable fairly early. I came up Wallace Road in a VW Beetle, 6 months pregnant with my son. I wasn't driving, I think Phil Levy was. And we went through the forest, along past Bodie Farm, and there were people living in the forest in all sorts of weird contraptions. And then we came down what's called Shitter's Dip in a VW Beetle. Anybody who's ever done that road will know. It's amazing. And then we drove down to the North End paddock, and there was a couple of kids swimming in the North End swimming pool, and it was just like heaven. It was just so beautiful and so wild. But then and people were trying to convince me to buy a share. And I did, but then I went to a meeting. And by this time I had a 5 or 6 month old baby. And I thought, yeah, this is heaven, but it's a little bit wild socially for me. And so I didn't go to live at Turnable until my son was 3.5. And by then I had a specific, he was doing okay, and that was good. And I was used to living rough. That was never an issue for me. But my involvement with Turnable sort of became cemented through getting pregnant almost as soon as I got there, but also through getting involved with setting up a preschool. We're incredibly fortunate to have elders in our community, and that was Sonia Atkinson, who was the director of preschools in the region, and she sort of mentored me and Caroline Nakuta to set up the preschool. And at this point, the place was still pretty socially wild, really. Well, no, it wasn't all mad. You know, there were very suburban, respectable, middle-class people, you know, doing their thing as well. But there was a very wide spectrum of people, and I think it was very much like any pioneer society has been. You know, if you go back to the early days of Sydney, way back in 1788, there were people with funny names and all sorts of weirdo things happening, as well as violence. And I would imagine some amazing interactions with the local Indigenous people, as well as horrific ones. So I always feel like we were just carrying on like a pioneer society does. We had plenty of people with funny names, that's for sure. And yeah, people with mental health issues and single mothers and all the rest of it. But anyway, so Caroline and I forged ahead to set up the structure for a preschool. And it was pretty interesting for me. I'd been a hippie living in... I actually came to Turnable in a tiny house, but... so I'd been a bit of a nomad, and yeah, so come to Turnable and become secretary on a committee. That was pretty amazing. But setting up that preschool, I think, was the first major attempt to create a structure that was a structure, apart from, you know, the structure that held the co-op together, the co-op board and the coordinators. And people had done an amazing job in the 5 years before we started the preschool in setting up the co-op as an entity. But we set up this little entity within the co-op, and that became a really good focus for fundraising to get the buildings happening and upgraded, and for parents to come together with their children. It was an amazing time in terms of we all had a totally common goal to create a better world for our children and to start early in their education, basically, and to be totally involved. We had parent teachers there all the time, and as well as paid preschool teachers. And from the success of the preschool, we got really excited after the first year or so, and we built a primary school in 6 weeks. That was fantastic. And that same spirit of everybody being really, really united with a common goal, working together, having a great time, looking after our kids, sharing sharing each other's lives a lot and sharing each other's children a lot. Kids could sort of roam the valley fairly safely, and they'd turn up at somebody's place for lunch, and if you're lucky they'd be home for dinner, or you might have to go looking for them. But, and it was a very heady time in many ways. And from there, my involvement sort of continued on committees, school committees, preschool committees, the board a little bit, and then committees to get our hall built. And my life as a committee member had begun, and I think I'm sort of faded out of committees. Another interesting aspect of communities is that I think it's better in lots of ways to be there in the early buzzy days when you do have that glorious common focus. But over the years, because we have 200 members and we've always had 200 people living there, even though the faces have changed, it's been quite interesting that. We have, and various personalities come and go and try to take over and fail inevitably, but sometimes that can take a while, and some people can cause a bit of damage and other people can do a lot of good, and that just sort of goes on and on and on. But we've been severely compromised by being sued twice, which has brought an element of fear, basically, and lack of trust, and a tightening of all our regulations and a general tightening of people's energy. And along with that, we've also had computers, and computers have certainly not saved work. I think they've probably tripled or quadrupled it. And over-regulation and litigation, which seem to have taken over the whole world. And it's quite a stressful thing now to be involved in administering the co-op anyway. So, and I've copped a bit of flack from people that are too stressed out. And I think now that I'm 70, I just want to stand back a lot more. So I'm very grateful that we have younger members of our community, whether they're 10 years younger or 30 years younger, to carry on. So I'm going to put money on the spot.
What do you want to hear? What it's like for you to
So, hello everyone, my name's Monica. This is the third community that I've lived in, and I feel like I'm actually home. I lived in Waitalaba about 40 years ago, and that was, you thought that your Tunnable was wild. Waitalaba 40 years ago is very wild, especially on the northern side. Was it? Anyway, and then I lived on another smaller community. There's probably about 12 people, and anyway, I left that. That was good to go. And that was inland of Maxville. And then, anyway, I'm finally home on Tunnable. What's it like for me? Look, we have solar power. I love flicking on a light and running hot water. Oh, what a treasure. And, raising children in a tent isn't very fun. But anyway, Tunnable, gosh, it's huge. And there's so many people. There are people there I haven't met. I've lived there 12 years now. I haven't been all over the whole place, although I've tried. And I just garden. I leave the office and the paper shuffling to other people. I plant and grow stuff and pull out lantana, and each of us has our skill, and I've stepped into that and I love it. And that's me. And these guys also live there. I think you were born. Yeah. And this is Tessa, and she was born there. So there you go. Oh, God. Oh, no, I know it's hard, isn't it?
Hi, I've actually never used one of these, so just to bear with me. Okay. I didn't choose to move on to a community. I was born on Lilyfield, I think. Actually, I think I was born in Nimbin, but we lived on Lilyfield community. I don't have a lot of memories of Lilyfield. Most of them are from living on Tuntable. I suppose we, as a generation, I feel like we reaped the benefits of all the hard work of our predecessors and parents. We didn't work particularly hard at all. We just played our whole childhoods. We lived in, I imagine most people here have probably seen Tundable at one point, but it's inside a ring of very protective looking hills. And we very rarely left that sort of, we just roamed and rode horses and ate fruit, and like Meg said, whoever house we were near at lunchtime got invaded by 15 kids or so. And at dinner time, it was always sort of who's having what dinner at their place. There were certain houses we didn't go to for food ever because they had brown rice and lentils. And there are other houses that had white bread and cream-filled biscuits, and we were always there. I didn't really have an appreciation of what I had until I actually left the community. I went from Tundable and Nimbin to an agricultural college in the Hunter Valley, and that was an eye-opener, realising that racism and sexism actually still existed in the world. And I thought, in my naivety in Nimbin, that was a thing of the past. I also didn't realise that people listened to Slim Dusty. But it still took many, many years, I think, of getting to know myself. In some ways, running away from the community lifestyle to houses that had white walls and doors that sealed around the edges. I still like fly screen. But I did feel like at some point in my life that I did a full circle, and I came back to realising I went from the mentality that I suppose I didn't realise that my mum and dad had lived a life and actually made a very educated decision to move to a community for very, very, I think, good, amazing reasons. And it took me half a lifetime of journeying to come back to the realisation that I actually thought, no, I think their choices were what I would choose also. And that was quite a revelation for me. It probably only happened 10 years ago when I realised that what I wanted in life was what they'd given me, what I was born into, that I already had everything, but I, plus the fly screens. I have an older sister. She's 7 years older. Talking to her and her generation, a lot of them found it tougher than us because there was still a lot of forming the community, house building. Some of them felt, a bit more sort of wild and neglected. It's out my generation. I don't think we had a lot of that. But I'm glad. I feel like I benefited so much, immensely, from growing up in a community, because I know so many of those principles are just there inside me. I don't have to go and learn them. They're just there. I just have to identify them and take them with me, and hopefully impart some of that to other people so they realise, that their self-contained boxes are, they're lonely, and yeah, that's probably all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. That was great.
I'm cheating a bit because I left 15 years ago, but still I live a dual life between Tasmania and here via Facebook. And so I follow all the ins and outs of Tundable. A couple of things I just wanted to add, because back in the days when we had conferences on intentional communities and I'd represent Tuntable there, we realised several important things. One, Tuntable was the mistake maker for all the other communities, literally. Our biggest mistake was being too big, I believe, and we organically developed so that we have hamlets along the valley, and they tend to settle to about 30 people at the most. And that seems to be the organic best means of people communicating. There's all sorts of ways we could have approached Tuntable with different ways of decision making and etc. But the other thing I wanted to say that we identified back in the 90s was that we'd all made a big mistake with the smaller communities of not selling all the shares, and the share was relating to a site. And often couples bought one site share, and often when people drop out, it often means that there's something going a bit wonky in the relationship, and they eventually split up, and both people still want to live on the community. So that's something that is a warning for others, that it's individuals have their share. It's not the share attached to the site. The other one was to make sure that you, and I know that was a problem for Dharmananda and Bodhi Farm and other communities, that when the kids grew up, they wanted to build their own houses and raise their children. And once again, that hadn't been considered back then. So they're three important things to learn. I hope we've got some time to make comment about other things I've learnt, but from other communities, but I'll pass it on. No, that's a question. It's not. We're not doing questions now. Ian?
Well done, Lisa. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Ian. I've been there. I'm not an Aquarian. I tried to come to the festival, but I think it was a Buddhist kangaroo protesting roads sent me back to Melbourne. I came a year later, and I first lived in a little black plastic thing made of peeled lantana, only for 2 weeks. If you've been through Lismore, you will have seen these blue and white signs that indicate the height of the 1974 flood. And when people moved on to Tuntable from December to before I first got there, there was this flood, a record height flood, and everybody moved on, and anything that was a dwelling in any way, particularly the old White House, which is now a preschool at Tuntable, was a treasure. If you had half a water tank to put your mattress in, that was luxury. Before the school was built, there was an old garage, and that was the old tin shed, and you could not pass the centre of the community without visiting the old tin shed and maybe have an avocado and a chat and catch the news. And there's so many threads of conversation I could offer you, but I'd like to say Tuntable is structured as a cooperative, and the land owns the people who live there, and it owns us. And most of the land is owned in common. By far the most of the land is forest or shared, and I think that's a strength. It's only one share per member. Or you can have as many shares as you like, only one vote. And I really came here to say, think about the community you want. This all has been reminiscing, and it's good to meet some old friends and to think about the amazing things that happened and the agreements we made and tried to understand and share. But I want you to think about the community. It's like, well, I'll tell the story again about the two fish swimming down the Australian current, the two young fish, and they meet an old fish, and he says to them, "Enjoying the water?" And they look at each other. When they think they're out of earshot, they say, "What the is water?" And you have to remember that we're underwater in the ocean of money. And so the community you build, I hope, will be one that doesn't treat the ecos as fungible. Nature can't be exchanged for money, and money can't be exchanged for our natural wealth. Okay, who's next?
And then Cedar Farm, because we're next door to
I'm not used to these things either, but I'm Sacha. I've lived at Tuntable since March 74. I came there quite unexpectedly, not even intending to be there, and just out of curiosity, found myself there. I came with a couple of hitchhikers I'd picked up in Mullumbimby, and that was my way in there. In the time that I was there, in the next couple of weeks that I was there, there was a huge flood of 74, and I lived in a little tent at the time in the area which is now the preschool, which was called the White House. And at the time, there was a lot of enthusiasm for this new community, and I got sort of swept up with that enthusiasm. People were eating together and basically working together, and there were common goals as to where we were going and what we were doing. And and the flood came, and we all got washed out of our tents, and we all had to run, move into the White House for the time of that flood. And it was quite an amazing time. Yeah, and from there, I was basically going to move on, and I met up with Mark, and we fell in love, and I bought a share there, and we lived there and built, he wanted to build a treehouse. He was like 17, I was 19. We were just like young teenagers, and he wanted to build a treehouse, so I thought, oh yeah, fantastic, let's build a treehouse. And we went to the to the tribal meeting with our intention, and they said, no, you can't build a treehouse in that tree. It's right next to the creek, and you're not allowed to build a treehouse next to the creek. So we had to rethink that one, and we found our way up into Pixie's Valley. Pixie was living there at the time, and her little daughter Tarnis, and she welcomed us in, and we wandered up through the Sea of Lantana and found this boulder, and we decided that we were going to build our treehouse on that boulder, and we didn't even bother going to the tribal meeting, we just did it. And I'm still there, and I'm still on that rock in that treehouse. We have extended it somewhat since then, and my daughter was born in 79, Christy, our daughter, and she was born on that rock too, with Carol and Norman attending our birth. And quite amazingly, we didn't even have a road in those days. They wandered up our little track to birth Christy, and all praise to them for even thinking of it, you know. It was just amazing, and it was a truly amazing birth as well. Yeah, so as time went on, we built and Christy got sick, She had cancer when she was 3, and she had a Wilms tumour on her kidney and had to have her kidney removed, one of her kidneys. And a 10-week chemotherapy course was also advised after her operation, which was very hard to take. And I certainly wasn't totally up for the whole idea of chemotherapy, but anyhow, bless her, she's still with us today, and she just turned 44, so that's pretty wonderful. What I'd just like to say about Tuntable is that probably without my spiritual help and spiritual guidance, which I've had with my interaction with Bodhi farmers, Dharmananda, the Meditation Centre, Christopher Titmus, Patrick Kearney, my dear teachers in the Dharma, that I probably wouldn't have been still staying at Tuntable, because I think that is what it's really required to be able to live there, because it isn't easy. There's lots of challenges, you know. It's not just the ticks and the leeches. You know, there's personalities all the time that you come up against in trying to live with country, care for country, and I stand my ground on that one, is that I am caring for country. I'm not wanting to use poisons, and I'm not wanting to cut down the trees, and I'm standing my ground.
Thank you so much. Does anyone know if Nimbiji was before Bodhi Farm or Bodhi Farm was before Nimbiji? Anybody know? Okay, it could be Bodhi Farm.
My name's Gay, and I'm one of the old-timers from Bodhi Farm. And I just wonder, because we've just heard so very much, including that beautiful thing that Satya just said, and just wondering whether we might just pause for maybe all of 30 seconds, just to take in what we have heard. I guess I just wanted to take that pause because hearing Carol and Megan, and I just feel we at Bodhi Farm, we have so much built on the scaffolding of what other people have already done, and Dhammananda has always been like our big sister, in that a bunch of us were, well, quite a lot of us were in what we slightly flippantly call the India Club, but living in a community with Christopher Titmus up in the mountains in Dalhousie in India, and we came back at a very similar time in April of 1976 because Christopher, who'd been a monk in southern Thailand for 8 years, wanted to come and do some retreats in Australia, and that was our first entree to Dhammananda. And they had had land on the top of their place on Wallace Road and always intended to build a meditation centre there. And we were just part of this incredible little gang of people, and Martha, I know, was there, and Danny, and all manner of people. So a real sort of subset of, you know, a lot of people from around here, and were involved in building a meditation centre with round poles. I think one person was on a dole check and was sort of a classic smell of an oily rag, but we kind of had this little vision that we were building a cathedral in the woods together. And Christopher really encouraged us to live in community, and we found this land literally down the road, which then became Bodhi Farm, which the land was bought at the end of 76. And I suppose I just really want to honour that because, as Satya and other people have said, you know, it's hard work living with yourself, much less, you know, 20 plus other people. And For those of you who saw Jenny and Paul's beautiful film Give Trees a Chance, by 79 and that film, which was all about protecting Terrania, was in the context of a whole lot of poor, well, essentially the dairy farming industry falling away, land being very cheap. When a bunch of us came back from India as poor hippies, and a lot of us had been travelling for a long time, $1,000 for a share, wow, that's a lot. But somehow we managed to muster that. But it was a very conservative rural community, and there were rumours early on that really it's baby farm, and they try to lure these young women up to the forest and have babies. And in a way, you can kind of have a little compassion for them, because we had 12 children under 3, 2 sets of twins within 6 weeks of each other, and, you know, it was pretty full on. And it was so beautiful, Tessa, to hear your little rap about being raised, because I think one of the things I'm proudest of Bodhi Farm, I just think we have helped produce a bunch of fabulous, fabulous young people. And like, if your own parent's a bit strung out or doesn't have the resource that you need, someone else is going to give them fantastic skills that the parent maybe never dreamt of, you know? So I feel like I'm a big fan of that. And even when most of us were still living in fairly inadequate housing, Christopher really encouraged us to build a little meditation hall, and just saying, that reflection, which our friend from Findhorn and various other, it's really, really important to have a reflective practice when you live in community, because say I live with Jen and we get on each other's nerves, which we so don't, but, you know, like we just maybe would bring some curiosity to our conflict. And Carol has spoken so well about how absolutely essential that has been. And in a way, when I look at, you know, we're nearly 45 years old, and when I look at the issues, it's like, well, we all need to take the responsibility of what we're bringing to a messy situation. And if we aren't able to do that, that's when it seems like it gets especially tricky. I guess I wanted to just share one little thing, and then I'll share it with my other comrades, but I just love, I think there's some lovely little line that from some writer or another, but as we age, sometimes it's like being in the stern of the boat and seeing the water and the patterns it makes in our wake. And it wasn't till ages later, but I realised when I was 21 and I went travelling for 4 years, and when we flew over what was then Portuguese Timor, and I looked down on that little place, and there were blobs of magenta bougainvillea and purple bougainvillea and these little thatched cottages and this sort of distant image of little children cycling and running after each other. I just remember at that relatively early age having this imprint, that's like a blueprint for a village. I think I want to live in a village. And years later, that's when and in fact, some of you might know Mac Nicholson, and because I was part of the India thing, he sent me the most gorgeous little handmade drawing when he and Subhana had their daughter Bija, and invited me to come and stay. And I thought, I love what my friends are doing. I don't really think it's my thing, but I so want to go support them. And then I physically fell in love with the place, and like Ian said so beautifully, you know, this incredible blessing, and I would say it's one of the most profound blessings in my life, that we're caretakers of this land. I have a beautiful friend who lives in a very fancy community, and I almost was vomitous hearing how much a share went for there, because of course they now have a different sort of share system. And, you know, I don't want to use it as being superior, but I just think, the bloody mercy of not being part of the real estate enterprise and the fact that we're custodians of our land and it's our job to make it glorious. And yeah, that just feels such a blessing. So thanks.
Thanks, Gay. So poetic as always. I'd like to acknowledge that all the communities that we represent here are on the lands of the Bundjalung, of the people of the Bundjalung Nation. Bodie Farm's on Widjable Wyable land, and just want to acknowledge the beautiful custodianship they have demonstrated for thousands of generations, and that we can only be here because of what they have done on our on this country. So just wanted to make sure that we always remember, and thank you, Sacha, for your talking about being on country. So I came about 10 years, me and my husband and 2 kids came to Bodie Farm as a result of being invited, rather than, we tried a little. There was 4 of us, so there was my ex-husband Warwick and Bill and Annie and their little boy Joe, and we had tried to make a community ourselves, and it failed miserably, not because of the 4 of us, but because trying to find land where we could do it. And then Annie got involved in the preschool at Thunderball, so we developed some relationships around the community. And so we were invited onto Bodie Farm, and Bodie Farm then had this kind of mystique. It was kind of like, oh, no one ever gets to go to Bodie Farm, you know, like it had some sort of, and we were just so incredibly honoured. And of course we came into a system, which is what a lot of our new people do, that's already been established. The culture had already been established, and the ways of doing things had been established. And while we've had opportunity to discuss and debate some of those, I mean, some of the things are, you know, some of those principles may have gone by the wayside as you know, generations change. But I'd just like to read out the, this was in the spirit of, so we are, basically our legal structure is that we are a company that holds land in trust for the community. So the company, you know, legally the company owns the land. We don't individually own our houses. But there was these objectives of the original community that people wanted to keep, and I just decided I'd read them out. Aspirations and objectives: to be a community of friends, encouraging the flowering of spiritual understanding and freedom, through right understanding, right thoughts, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. You can see the Buddhist influence. To foster an understanding of the negative consequences arising from killing living beings, taking what is not freely given, false speech, sexual misconduct, substances which intoxicate and confuse the mind. And to experience ourselves and each other in wholeness of community through birthing and dying, learning and growing, sheltering and providing, celebrating and sorrowing. D, be responsible to each other for these as one family. And E, to undertake all activities on behalf of the community without seeking financial profit, i.e. to be a not-for-profit organisation. So these were the ideals of that time. And, beg your pardon? That's a question that we'll answer in this question and answer section. So I think one of the things that I personally love most about Bodie Farm is our commitment to that community ethic. And we do actually live up to a lot of that, but some of those agreements had to be changed because some people wanted to eat meat in their houses, for instance, and we did have discussions around that. So it's kind of like, obviously, as things evolve, people's values change. And we do have a consensus process, so we have a meeting, a community meeting every month. At the first Saturday of the month, we have a meeting where we discuss everything from, you know, philosophies and realities of what we have to do and who's going to cook. So we have, our meal is on Sundays, not an exception like that is for Dharmananda. So we just have one meal a week, and we have a work morning every Saturday. And so similar kind of process to Dharmananda, but we have a different kind of, I guess we have a different sort of model, and we certainly don't provide all our own food in any way. We don't have the right terrain for that, but also probably not the energy and the discipline. And in fact, I was thinking about the other day, and I don't know if you remember, Jen, but there was a time when you and Warwick came up with a notion to actually have a debate about whether Dharmananda was more boring than Bodhi Farm. And the result, what? It did that. We had that debate in the Channon Tea House, and the result was, yes, they are. But they're obviously, that was just being hilarious, and we just love each other to bits. So I'm just thinking about, I mean, I could talk about our consensus process, etc., but I'm happy to just wait for more questions about the way we do things. But yes, we are custodians of the land. We don't own, and we don't own our houses. So that's another thing that can be complicated for people when they leave. And I'll hand over to Sophie, who's one of our wonderful new visitors. She's been on with us for about a year, and she can give her perspective from a young person who's just arrived.
Hello. I'm not really sure what I can say about Bodhi Farms that hasn't already been said, but yeah, coming into a community that's already established, already has a culture where people know each other really well as a new person is a learning process. I think living in community challenges my sense of urgency because things take time. All decisions take a lot of time. So that's just something to get used to. Challenges my sense of hyper-independence, which I think is like a prized virtue in the Western world a lot of the time, to be able to do everything yourself, not need anyone, not really talk to your neighbours. Like I had probably an opposite childhood to Tessa. So it's really interesting learning from people around me, asking questions, being at a table with children and people in their 70s and all learning from each other and having really interesting conversations and learning to socialise in different ways. Also getting used to not having the screen doors and all the leeches and bugs and all that kind of stuff. I don't mind it, it's just, you know, different. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there because that's all I got.
Thank you. I've been coming to Cedar Farm for the past 23 years and with Eddie and just observing the process. Cedar Farm is a multiple occupancy. It's right beside Tuntable. It's in the same valley. We have the same river running through. Very beautiful location. So I'm mainly interested in the dynamics and the problems that you encounter in these communities. That's what I'd love to sort out, not myself, but as a community. There's 25 people living on Cedar Farm. It's about 350 acres or hectares. Goes right up into the mountains, has a waterfall. It's a dramatic landscape. It's very beautiful. But the original owners of Cedar Farm were Siddha Yogi, and they all vanished over time. When Eddie moved in, they had been growing marijuana and they had to leave because there was a lot of raids and so on. So a new group of people came in, and as with many communities, it rises and falls. So the community sort of slumped and then now has started to rise again. When I arrived, it was just a dislocated community with virtually nobody relating to anybody else and very little organisation. It was virtually like individuals living on this block of land, everybody doing their own thing, probably fighting over what electricity was left over. Some people wanting cats when cats were banned, some people wanting dogs when dogs were banned. People having horses that were attacking the trees that somebody had planted. And it just seemed like, I thought, my God, I can't, this is just individualism in a community facade. Now, since then, it has much improved. Young people have come in. It's largely consisting of young people, which is wonderful. And they're skilled, builders, tree loppers. Most of them have very useful skills, so they can build the bridge that broke during the flood. They can have work bees. We don't have a community centre, which I think is a major, major problem. I'm listening to the meals that you have together. I think probably during mealtime and having a regular monthly meal together would be critical for sorting out problems. And the sort of issues we have now with the flood, the road is likely to cave in and most of the community will be unable to travel into their houses. But do you think we can get an agreement about how to deal with this road that's going to cave in? No, because one or two individuals monopolise that part of the road that is going to cave in, and we can't get any agreement on the rerouting of that road, and it'll cost a lot of money. Other elements are lots of young people of the original people want to settle. They want to find space. And now there's a struggle. No, this is my area. You don't get anywhere near me. This is my area of land. This is my valley. This is my section. And so you have the young 20, 30-year-olds wanting to build a tiny house somewhere, and that's the new struggle. So I'd say community centre, working out how you allocate to the children who are coming in and others who want to come in. How do we communicate? We've got lots of young people working, and they're working almost like you work in Melbourne. I mean, they're working morning and night. They haven't even had time to come here. And so they don't meet. Working bees, maybe 3 people turn up. So I'm really interested in, because I see the future of Australia as more multiple occupancies, more communities, more tiny houses, more wilderness. How do you combine tiny houses with wilderness? How do you sort out the social problems? And the individualism that we see in the Western world is in these communities. The grabbing, looking after yourself, and so on. So, I mean, I like the glorious picture that everybody's painted, but I think for the future we need to tackle these hard problems and deal with them. And that's really what I wanted to say.
Saskia, did you want to speak? Did you want to speak? Yeah, come on. And we might have a break after this, and just have a little gap.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if it's... Leah actually said quite a few things of what I wanted to say. I noticed that I sit here in growing turmoil, like a split body, and on one side wanting to share how wonderful my community is, Paradise Valley, under the Sleeping Warrior, under the Sphinx Rock, and nature is amazing. It was a paddock 74 years ago. Now it's regrowth with temperate rainforest. But the other side of me is really, I want to cry. And I find it hard to find the words, but there is like, I came back 8 years ago after being away for a long time, looking after my mum. The community where I live is not a community anymore. And although I have a postgraduate in conflict resolution, mediation, worked with war areas. I cannot find a community how to bring us together again. I feel despair. And I'm a mediator, and I go to other communities, even over the hills, and my community is not working. I was part of the global eco-village network. I stepped out because I feel so shame about what's happening in our communities here. That sounds maybe exaggerated. And I think my request is, we did Carol's workshop this morning, so what are you feeling in your body? I feel nauseous, I feel stress, I feel overwhelmed, but I feel this such a deep desire that we can work together on this, because like the time's needed that we work together, that we really truly work together and cooperate and share our, our non-functioning also. We can't do as if everything is, how do you say that in English? Honky-dory or what, something like that. Yeah. So thank you for sharing the fantastic stories. And but I hope we also have time to even grieve together of what is not happening in this town and in this fantastic place, and how we're not coping with certain things. I think also, so my community, we started with a communal house here, and then we brought our privacy desires, and my house is here on this hill, and then the other houses are on that hill, and others there on that hill, and that on that hill, and we have an enormous road system to comply with, and we're getting dogs while we have an agreement not to get dogs, because we're not close enough also together. We have to. And when we are warm in the winter in our own house, we don't visit houses anymore. We have no communal meals. Our meetings, our AGMs are terrible. I'm sorry, I don't want to blame anybody in my community. It's like our communal thing. I hope they don't mind I share this. This is what I want to share. That I hope in them we come more together more often and talk and how to work this out and how we can, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Saskia. We really appreciate that. And that's very concerning too, that, it's not everyone's the same, and the future, is quite different now, because a lot of the community's more like developments, really. Look, I'd just like to do 2 more stories with Jerry over here and Graham, and then we'll have a little break for a cuppa.
Thank you. I think if community living teaches you something, then I would say, and that proves it, is patient. You have to wait, but you have to act at a given time as well. Anyway, so I'm Jerry Muse. I'm living on Lilyfield. Lilyfield was founded in '84, so about 10 years after the festival. And I found it interesting how the whole conversation started about Fintorn. So here it comes. The founder of Lilyfield, Andrew Buchanan and, what was her name? Anyway, the Buchanan couple, went with a sailboat to Scotland, to Fintorn. And it looks like that they got the inspiration for Lilyfield from Fintorn. So they came back, they bought a 1,000-acre deserted, run-down dairy farm. And at one point, I think they had a completely different project in mind, but living in the proximity of Nimbin and the communities, they decided to partial off a part of their big property and make it an MO, about 400 acres. B-grade land, I would say. Nothing good for dairy. But Andrew then went around to have a look at all the existing communities and to create some sort of a synthesis of all what, or inform himself what would be necessary to establish a community with I would say, a spiritual type of base. And the motto of Lilyfield expresses that like caring and sharing. It's almost a bit of a Zen thing. It's very short. So caring for the land and sharing whatever we can share humanely. And one of the plans, I think it took that from Tantable Ports community, was that the community should have a school. At that time, there was a little enterprise, like a kindergarten or something like that, down in Kawongla, with an anthroposophical Steiner orientation. And that came then, or it eventuated to have a Steiner school as a community school of Lilyfield. When we came there in '88, Tina and me and the kids, the little school on the hill was just being built. We got a little bit lost. We read the advertising in Grassroots magazine that there was a land sale, you know, that was Lilyfield. And we stopped because of that little architectural thing what developed up there. And there was a lady with a few kids running around, I think, so I asked where Lilyfield was, and she said, yeah, you're right there. So that was the entrance. And then I asked, how, it was so out of everything, having beautiful wooden building. That was the first wing of that school. What is it about? It's beautiful, alternative architecture, you know. I said, oh, well, that will be the Steiner School, you know. I said, oh, I'm Steiner schooled. So, you know, I've been to Dornach and I think, you know, coming from the background of a big cooperative, 80 farms in southern Germany, and we, you know, migrated, and we're looking for an alternative lifestyle situation in Australia. And then she asked me straight away, oh, yeah, so you went to, she said, you want a job? You're looking for a job? And that was basically the key moment where I said, oh yeah, that's the place. So then we had to look, chose the land, build our house, then we built the, like the Steiner community do, all the parents built a school, and built our houses and our community center. And it was one of the first, because we had Nimbinji, Bob knows that as well, so Nimbinji is the bordering community to Lilyfield. And it was fantastic. We had land sharing in a different kind. We put land under caveat, so one of the last big shrub type of remnants were right on the border between Nimbinji and Lilyfield. And we had the Nimbinji races for a while, so there was a big cooperation between the two communities. So it was just wonderful. Yeah, just to say, whatever I heard here, very common problems in all the communities, of course, communication, mediation, generational change, of course. Lilyfield is going through a new phase, new people coming in, younger people coming in, skilled people coming in, and it changes the culture. And for us, for Tina and me, it was like, oh, now it is happening, right? Before it was, you could be on the dole, and you could be dead, and you could improvise. Oh God, I'm not judging that, but now it's completely different. This community becomes more productive. The only thing which I'm missing on Lilyfield is actually the Fintorn aspect, which is, you know, a community garden. There was an idea of having an agriculture area and all that, which failed because they had a bit landslide, so where they tried to do it, it basically didn't work. Yeah, I think everything is really covered. I don't know what I should say more. That's probably, you know. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name's Graham. I live on Rob Road Community. There's a couple of other people here who have experience from there. It was started by Robin Moore. She bought a place up here, I think in 1978, to support her, inverted commas, tearaway daughter, who came up to live up here and was living at the north end of Tundable. And Robin came up with two friends, a couple, and the couple didn't really like it, so they moved into town, and gradually Robert made a connection with some other people, Jeff and Polly Sterling, if you know them, and they slowly decided that that would be a nice place to live. They just come back from Central Australia. So the community developed in a sort of organic way, really, and then other people who were artists, mostly artists, painters, musicians, sort of collected around them, and the community came to be. So I'm one of the new kids on the block. I only came in 2000, but I've been living in the area since 1978. So I really acknowledge everything that everyone said here, from the vision that people hold to the dysfunction that sort of happens in our communities from time to time. And Rob Road, we have about 25 people. We've got 14 shares. The number of shares is limited by what the council, Kyogle Council, will allow for houses on a particularly sized block of land. So we're actually one above the level we're supposed to. What to do with the children who come back? We have three who grew up there and have had families themselves and have come back. So what was starting to be a sort of old age home for us ageing hippies has actually been revived now, and the young people have really taken it up. And there's a couple of good things with that, and there's a couple of difficulties I see, but it's all in the part of the evolution. And one is that young people with families, all the ones that I know, they're so stretched. They're stretched and they're quite stressed as well. So the whole thing of raising your kids, we walked away from all those things and sort of live really struggling in the hills. Some people lived in teepees and we didn't have running water and all those sort of things. Young people now, well, the ones that I'm familiar with, seem to have a sense of needing to have a lot more in their lives, not so willing to just sort of go back to real basics. And also they're working jobs, so they're not around in the community as much as like we were all on unemployment benefits, or you might call it artist benefits, or your family benefits, all those sort of things. So we were there to do things with our hands, and now people are out having a job so that they can raise their children and do all those sort of things. So yeah, we don't have the meals. I'd love to have, every week I'd have a work day, or at least once a month we should, and I'd really like it that at least once a month we ate together, and we don't. And I don't know how to draw that together because not everyone holds those same values. But maybe we should just do it and then people will come and fill it out. So I think what I do like, we've had really traumatic times with characters, maybe sort of individual personalities that have sort of absorbs so much attention of the community to sort of, and people, like to be the centre of attention, I guess. So, but I think what's happening is it's evolved. It keeps changing. All those Bob Dylan songs, or this too will change, or is a really true thing. And I'd just like to finish on one thing, that community is actually bigger than us living together on one piece of land as a intentional, quiet community. We're all here in community, all of us, and just about everyone who I recognise here is familiar with all this experience, and I really believe that our hearts and our minds are in the right place, and we just need to, I don't know, realise it more or something, walk out, talk our walk at every moment we get, because that way we will live the world that we want it to be. So thank you. Yeah, sorry, I'm reminded of one more thing. Wendy and I are such ardent bush regenerators, if you want to use that term. The land nurtures us so deeply. at an incredible level. So, and I'd really like to encourage anyone, if you've got any sort of doubts about what you're doing in the world, go out into the bush, pull a few weeds and look at the trees.
And grow a garden. And don't forget the veggie garden. We might just have half an hour off to have a break and a cuppa and come back at 3.
Okay, so we start off with one mic first side and they end up God knows where by then. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep, you're a horse rider.
My brown, that green bag just behind
Bag,
us.
that one. Changing frame size, changing focus, all sorts of stuff. No, whereas Pancho's just got fixed lenses. So I mean, lovely cameras. Well, I think Rob would be better on it. He's in town here somewhere. No, I'm just kidding. I know, I actually went through that bag. The other thing that I've lost is that statue with the SD cards in it. I can't find that. Had a look while I was there. But I gave Rob my SD cards that were in it. And Leah gave me her cards. Yeah, Leah gave me her cards.
And some sort of spiritual.
Testing. Ready to rock and roll. He's there.
But is that everybody?
No, it's everyone who's here, but if you talk loudly enough.
Buddy, can we just come and sit down now and start the session again? That'd be great. Yeah, because I thought Paul was going to do that, but no. Let's start again because we'll run out of time. So look, to begin with, we'd really love to introduce you to a man called Fantuzzi that I hope you've been seeing around the traps. He's a wonderful musician from USA, and he's come all this way because he was here in 1973, like Philip Petit, who's also come back after 50 years to be with us, and who I think is going to do a high wire walk on Sunday morning at about midday or something. But please check it out on the website, it'll be right, because he doesn't do them very often, and his last one was the Twin Towers. So I think it's worth seeing. So we'd love to invite Fantuzzi to come and do a song. And yeah, I think he's around. Did you see him, Stu? Oh, anyway, we'll just wait a minute because it'll sort of wake us all up and make us feel fantastic. Yeah, well, we'll do another one instead.
Can you do it? Yep. You just start, Stuart.
Thank you.
much. That was just gorgeous. And Stu's our sound engineer, so it's extra special, nice hearing him play. Thank you. Yeah.
And I was 16 years old in 1968, and that's when we really started cooking with communities, right? I mean, in the States, there was the Wheeler Ranch right outside of San Francisco, to you known as San Francisco. And I visited them, and I visited almost every single community. There was the hog farm that fed the Woodstock Festival, when 400,000 extra people showed up. We had no way to feed them, right? Because they sold 100,000 tickets, and 400,000 extra people showed up. And we had to figure out how to feed them. Well, luckily, we had a community called the Hog Farm, which Wavy Gravy, some of you know that name, was part of that family. Oh, gosh, no. We call them families sometimes, too, but it's community. And, yeah, I got to go traveling around the whole freaking world. First, it was only in the States, visiting communes from one part of the country to the entire, you know, from East Coast to the West Coast. So enough of that, because I was asked to do a song. And I guess I'll do a song. But I need you to help me out with this, okay? I'm losing my mind, you know, I'm already almost as old as you are. But I might have done more drugs. This is the Hopi prophecy. The original intentional communities were the indigenous people all over the world. And they had a prophecy called the Hopi prophecy. And we took those values and tried to live them in our own way. When the earth has been ravaged and all the animals are all dying, a new tribe of people will be born upon this earth. Coming from all colors, all races, all nations, all creeds, known by their deeds. To make the earth creep and not once again. They were known as the warriors of the rainbow.
Warriors of the rainbow.
Everybody, warriors of the rainbow.
Warriors of the rainbow.
Warriors of the rainbow.
Warriors of the rainbow.
Rainbow.
Warriors of the 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 rainbow.
Welcome home.
Welcome home. Welcome home.
My second verse of this song that I wrote with their Hopi prophecy is an answer to their prophecy. Now that the earth has been ravaged, and all the animals are dying, a new tribe of people has been born upon this earth. It could be you and me. We come from all colors, all races, all creeds. We are known by our deeds. To make the earth clean, loving, once again. And we're known as warriors of the rainbow. Warriors of the rainbow.
Warriors of the rainbow.
Warriors of the rainbow.
Warriors of the rainbow.
ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Everybody. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. This earth does not belong to us. We are borrowing from our children.
I think that hit the spot. Thank you. It's lovely. Thank you. Anybody sitting outside the circle that would like to sit in the empty chairs, come and join the circle. And I'd like to give this to Bob Tissot because I didn't know he was here before, and I'd like him to talk about Nimbichi. Can you come and get it then I can't stand it?
Yeah, I was a bit late arriving for the first round. I got tied up with my other intentional community, which is community radio, and they had planned a little celebration because I had a birthday this week, and they said, you can't leave because there's cake. So first session was missed because of cake. Thank you, Judy. Anyway, I'm from Nimbinji. We formed up late 73, maybe the very, very beginning of 74, around about the same time as Tunnable and Bodie and places like that. We started life as a trust. Funnily enough, we had two trustees, and everybody else was just members of that trust. And that didn't work. Both the trustees sold their membership and moved on, and we thought we could elect fresh ones, and we happily elected fresh trustees for a while until there was a dispute, and one of the members turned up with the two ex-members who were still actually legal trustees of the property and a solicitor, and they said things are going to have to change because they actually own the place. Okay, so things changed, and now we're a cooperative. Same as Tunnable and a number of other communities around the place. It's a pretty reasonable choice. There are a few hoops to jump through with the Department of Fair Trading. I think companies get off lighter in terms of the requirements, but it's dodgy in terms of, I think, the whole ownership thing. In companies, people can have more say than other people's. In cooperatives, you're all totally equal. So, listening to the first half, I started to gain a real feeling of how fucking atheistic Nimbinji was back in the beginning. All these spiritually based communities, and we had a real core of Brisbane communists who came down for the festival as part of the whole Union of Students thing, and they were dedicated communists, and we had some real libertarian circus people who had their own ideas about what communes meant, and they meant lots of free love and swapping, and we all experienced each other sort of thing, and it all was tried, you know, and so forth, and it settles down after a bit, that sort of business. And then it rained, didn't it, 74, and it rained, and it rained, and it rained for so long, it washed pretty much everybody away. And when I arrived in 76, there was the last person had left that morning with them basically a note saying, you know, if anyone comes, turn on the lights, the switch is outside. And there were a couple of houses that had been built, and the people were, in Brisbane, drying out, I think was the main place. Everyone just got so waterlogged, and you just can't live. People got pneumonia from living in really inadequate accommodation, ended up in the hospital here in Lismore for weeks and weeks recovering. So, yeah, it was an empty community. And then it dried out. And it dried out for ages. Anyway, I've been there for ages, did the whole thing, built the house, had the kids, raised the kids. They've all moved on. One holds a share and the other two are elsewhere. And what more can I say? We've been going through generational change quite radically out at Nimbinji. There's myself and maybe two other of the original inhabitants, and all the rest are another generation below us, with different attitudes, different ideas, and you can try and fight it, but really we're all going to die eventually, and it's their world coming on. As we said, we're leaving it for them. And they have different ideas. We came into this really abused cattle country. Our place was. It was full of ringbark trees and dead cows from the drought before the flood, that sort of thing. It was really life on the farm, eh? But it was, it was really cheap shit land. We bought our property for $23,000. That included a Land Rover. We bought it from Basil Hayter, who had paid $11,000 a week earlier. So he sold a lot of land to a lot of hippies for double what he paid for it. Good on him. Love you, Basil. Anyway, he was the SP bookie in Nimbin too. He ran a little SP bookie shop out of the back of what used to be the Rainbow Cafe. When they first opened the cafe up to feed people who were building for the festival, because it was all empty, in the back room there were 4 telephone sockets. And on a Saturday, Basil would come in with 4 telephones and plug in 4 telephones and run a little SP bookie shop out the back there while the hippies cooked brown rice and dal out the front, It was choice. Anyway, so life moves on. As I said, we've had generational change. We've got a whole new crew. A few of them are children of the older generation. Some aren't. They come in with more money, more wants and needs, more equipment to fulfil their wants and needs. You should see our fucking roads. You should see our roads. The council would be embarrassed how good our roads are right now, They're amazing. And they stop at our front gate and then they fall apart. But internally, our roads are schmick. And people are getting along, in different groups. There's no unification except love of the land. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah. To that lady. Just before you speak, you wanted to speak, but that flood reminds me of a story that Paul Joseph told me where I think there was 8 blokes living in a double-decker bus in that flood, and it was so wet and so mouldy, and all they did was knit rainbow beanies for about 8 months. They knitted rainbow beanies, crocheted rainbow beanies, yeah. So that was the flood, or part of the flood. Okay, would you like to say?
Yes, I've come up with being a trainee manager for James Butler, he's an Indigenous musician, and come up with Paul Jarrah and Rob Scott, also from Adelaide. But years ago, I was in Nimbin in 1982 and wearing, I can remember, a rainbow see-through dress, and went to Terania Creek and remember how beautiful Nimbin was when I was just about to go back and finish my final year of medicine. Anyway, in the early 1980s, I met this Buddhist monk and I was having meditations in Adelaide with him, and he said he had previously been in Nimbin with the hippies. His name was Tan Achan, or Tanachan Bunyarit Pandito, in the late 70s. He lived, I think, on Graham Dunstan's property, and there's quite a lot of books written about him now, and he's written one where in both books they mention Nimbin. He had very beautiful, caring, loving eyes and smile. He wasn't very tall, but he used to say happy, happy, happy before the meditations. And another monk explained that opens the mind to learning and experiencing the meditation. He became one of the top 10 Buddhist monks in Thailand in the forest tradition, and became the Queen and King of Thailand's monk. He lived to be nearly 105. People came from all around the world because he'd lived in Canada, Mexico, after he was in Nimbin to start with, from Thailand. There were 5,000 people at his funeral, but when I saw him about 6 weeks before he died, people said to me, imagine loving kindness from your heart to him and it comes back fivefold. But he was so developed, sorry. He was so developed that just being in the room with him, you could feel like happiness, content, and peace. He was so advanced. Yeah, I think that's about everything. But he impressed many people. I don't know if anyone wants to put their hand up who remembered him from the early days in Nimbin. So he taught there's no suffering without desire and impermanence. He was always smiling and happy. He had the most happy smiling eyes, and taught of the Buddhist tradition. He'd lived on his own in remote areas where there was no one to give him food, in harsh conditions before he came to Australia. He had been born into a wealthy family as a child. He had a gold four-poster bed from Germany, but he gave it all up to live in the most impoverished conditions as a forest monk, which is the most stringent of rules. But he always remembered with happiness his time in Nimbin, and he must have had some influence on the people in the early days. And he's still now one of the top Buddhist monks in many monasteries, with photos of him in Thailand. So I mentioned that. And the loving kindness from the heart you could see in his eyes, and smile and happiness. Yeah.
I'd just like to move on to maybe talking about the highs and the lows, and the worst problems and the best solutions. But we have to do it fairly briefly, and we can just go around to whoever wants to talk, and I'll pass it here for... Oh, did you? Oh, sorry. Yeah, please come. That's right, I forgot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi there, my name's Joanna. I come from Pretty Gully Co-op on Birrell Creek. It's a beautiful co-op. The land is long and narrow, very steep, many, many waterfalls, and adjoins Wollumba National Park. I joined the co-op in 1983, and it was a wonderful happening. There's 14 shares, and at one stage there was 30 children that came down and caught the school bus from the front gate. And yeah, we had a lot of good times, great parties and gatherings. People really came together, if I'm really honest, for the beauty of the land, but also because it was cheap. Steep, forested, not farmable. And I think listening to other people in the previous session about having a spiritual connection really, really makes a difference, rather than the cheap land option. And I believe all of these other people have said, we're in that next generation. A lot of people are grandparents. There's no children left on the place, and that glue that bound us together, where they could flip in and out of each other's houses and connect all the animals, that's gone. And it's a bit of a tragedy, really. People have got more and more isolated, and I'd like to touch on the floods brought people together. We were cut off for weeks. We had landslides, bridges were gone, and we did work together really well within the co-op and within Birrell Creek Valley itself. And then with the COVID thing, it changed again, and it made even more of a demarcation of isolation. And it's been really hard to break out of that. People have sort of gone into their own little spaces, and I've found it very lonely existence. You know, I joined as a community member to work together, to be together, to play together. And so I've listened to Carol Perry, I've listened to other people. So, you know, there's ways forward. Yeah. But, you know, we got to the extent where we don't even have meetings on the co-op land anymore. We go to another people. We used to take it in turns to go to people's houses, and we now go to a neighbouring camp kitchen, and where we have celebrations as well, but that's where we have our meetings. So definitely we have to move forward in finding ways to connect people again, you know, and it's the heart level. Yeah, and I think that that is breaking through that isolated COVID type of mentality maybe. Yeah, and connecting with the land, and that's the thing that's so important to me. The land is beautiful. If we all connect actually with the land, I think that that's a healing process. And I've got one more thing about new members. We do have some newer members, and they have created an incredible fracturing in the community. More because we're a cooperative and we saw the land as a group owning, that's how it is. Whereas the new members have a piece of paper that says this boundary is here and this boundary is there, and they're non-existent. It was drawn on a piece of paper to for the council or something. It was never surveyed or, and it's that type of mentality that I own this piece of land and these are my boundaries, and we all own the land together. And I think that that's when you're bringing in new members who don't have a history of a community basis, it's really hard for them to feel where we've come from and where you can move forward to and break down that type of ownership. We should be like our ancestors who cared for the land for so long and be, you know, live sustainably on the land and together. Thanks, everyone.
Hi there, my name's Mark. I don't know some great interest, but I was one of the architecture students who came up and set up the festival in '73. There's a whole bunch of us meeting next week in Sydney, and when the festival, Johnny Allen spoke to us and said, you know, what's going on, can you come up? I'm the only one here. But we discovered our assignment that we submitted to the university's 96-page assignment with a potted history of the whole festival. So that's a little bit of gold. So I've been reading that and just wondering, wow, was I really here at that time? I think I was, because I found a photo of myself in a Balinese sarong over there. But it may be of interest just to know that, you know, there were a bunch of third-year students, pretty privileged families, I guess, inspired by Col James, who was the third person of the triumvirate of Johnny and Graham. And we were tasked to set up the festival. So that was our first bit of urban planning, working out where the stage would go, where you'd sleep and so on. On the mundane side, we had to design the toilets. We consulted the army and made sure the drop holes were 20 metres away from the creek, and set up some Hessian privacy screens in various shapes modelled on the zodiac signs. I built the stage that Donna Brand sang in and played music on in the middle of the pasture over there. We built little bamboo bridges. We hacked down all the bamboo and sliced it up and built domes. The bridges fell apart quite easily, so we learned a bit about tensile structures. Yeah, we painted the town red. I actually designed the tomato sauce factory. I'm disappointed to see it's changed colour. It's no longer that original spurting tomato sauce image, which you might see in some of the old photos. So that was part of the task, to transform the town. But there's some really interesting manifestos and idealism. When you look back, you think, wow, 50 years ago, and today, you know, we've come a long way in terms of environmentalism and also community and lifestyle. But I mean, I think looking back, first and foremost, it was a celebration of life, alternative lifestyle, and that meant our relationship to nature was part of that. But it was celebration of joy. If I could just read a couple of two little things, and I don't want to take up too much time, but it says the 73 Aquarius Festival will be more than a place where there's a concentration of arts and artists, that the style of the festival, the structures and forms of the community that make up the festival itself be an art form. The aim is for a total cultural experience through the lifestyle of the participants. And another one, that the festival be not about numbers, but about energy created and exchanged, creativity harnessed and joy manifest. And there's quite a lot of humorous moments in the document. If you want to have a look at it, I can show you later. Yeah, so anyone who wants to chat further, happy to do so.
Thank you, Mark. Nice to have you here too. He's come all the way from Sydney to talk the festival, and we thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Sorry if I just wanted to follow up. Joanna and Pete and I live on the same community, 42 years. And I would say that the issue that we dealt with Carol, which is conflict in a group of people, when they first arrive, you don't know anybody and you're thinking, they don't look like hippies. Geez, they're unusual looking people for wanting to be on a commune, but maybe they've got other ideas and they just look like that. So 20 years go by and you're thinking to yourself, nah, they're still not hippies, and now they've got fence lines and I own this and that tree over there is the corner and all that stuff. And if you don't have a shared vision, which is based on a spiritual belief, I believe anyway, it might not ever work out. So anyone that's dreaming, you've got to deal with humans, ourselves all. And if they were never intentionally communing in the first place, you're not going to have a very cooperative. Doesn't matter how many good tarred roads and no potholes and lovely pipes and dot points in your DA and your constitutions, everything's Mickey Mouse, you will not be happy there, and you should have pulled out at least 35 years ago. But you couldn't let go of your material possessions.
Hello. No. There's somebody there. My name's Doug. I live at Tunnable Falls. I've been there for about 35 years. I found my way there when a preschool director rang me up and asked me to come and work with some children at the school. They had some challenges, and I was really chuffed. I had no qualifications to do so, but she thought I was the right person to do the job. And I went there and I believe it's highs, lows and solutions. Well, for me the high was working at that school, particularly under the director of the time, whose name I will not mention because she's a very modest woman and she wouldn't appreciate it, I'm sure. But she really made that school a very child-focused school. I can remember her, any time there was conflict between the adults, she would pipe up and say, "Is this child-focused?" and bring it back to the children. And it's Tunnable School is a wonderful institution. It's been there a long time, and not only the children of Tunnable have gone there, but a lot of other children from around the area have gone there, and through their children and through the school, I was introduced to a lot of people around here. And what am I going to say here? The lows. The low for me was our community being taken to court twice, and we didn't do very well because our processes, our minute keeping, our records weren't up to scratch, and the complainants had very strong cases, and we had to settle out of court both times. Now, the school at Tunnable was well ahead of our cooperative in that its governance was well up to scratch, because it had to be, because we were dealing with not only children and their needs, but also with the education department outside. And for a long time, that school was an island of sanity in a sea of madness. But now our community has really come along. We've really tightened up our governance, our processes. We have young people, some of whom grew up in the community, others didn't, who are being included, and there's a succession that is happening in our community, which is really heartening, because we're all going to die, and we need the young people to step up. Now, as far as solutions go, I've been thinking about this for a number of years, and what our community really needs, one of the things our community can do is to put on another festival, but one that is focused on children, totally focused on children. I propose that it be done in school holidays, that the focus be on fun, that it be on arts and science, particularly environmental science, and that we invite excellent organisations like Questacon, who are a beautiful organisation that do hands-on fun science for children. They have a big semi-trailer which does a circuit of the country. They get around to all these different places every 2 years, and for that reason I propose we make it a biannual festival that includes Questacon. A festival like this will put the focus on children. It will educate them about the future. It will educate the adults about children and about the future. It will bring all the schools in the district and other schools, if they can get here, to be a part of this. And I think it would be a great boon, because we have to look after our children. We talk about the environment here, but what all the critters out there are doing is looking after their young. And that's really what we should do. And this place has pioneered a lot of excellent child rearing practices. And I think that we should share the love around and have here a biannual festival. That's my contribution.
What a great idea, huh? Yeah. What a great idea.
Hello. My heart is beeping fast first, because it took me a lot of courage to speak in this microphone. And what he says is really true, because the kids are the future. The children are the future. And we are the teacher of these children, because they copy us. I came in Nimbin because by following the flow, I follow the flow. And the wind bring me to Nimbin in 2015 for the first time. What made me come back? I left and I came back because I met someone where I had a connection and a feeling that I can't put a word on it. But that is what is guiding me, and I came back because that. I'm someone living off the land. I'm only swimming in a river, I'm only drinking from the river and cooking on the fire. I'm sleeping on the ground. I was living at the river for a while when this man asked me to move where he is, and he's sleeping in a street on the concrete. It took me a while because I had to sacrifice nature to live with him in Nimbin Street. That is not really my environment. So I sacrificed nature to move in Nimbin Street, to be with this man. My only way to cook is a fire. And there is a place on a community ground where there is a fire, pizza fire, making that was falling apart. And I start to fix this fire by walking to the river, grab some clay, mix with ash of the fire, mix with some soil, and mix with some cutting grass. And I fix and repair the fireplace. Since I did that, I've been in big trouble because someone makes this fire, had ownership of this fireplace. Ownership is not existing in my mind. I own nothing. I belong to nature, and I believe we belong. This body, when we leave the body go back to nature. And it's how I know we belong to nature. So the tree still here. When we leave, the tree still here. So we don't own the tree because it will still here for the next generation. So I came with this belief that I don't own anything. If I see something I need to fix, I don't ask permission, I'm just doing it. Because it's how, anyway, so I've been in a big trouble. Since people realize I'm in a relationship with this man and he's indigenous, I'm in big trouble for that. Because they don't understand the relationship between of us. My accent, the way I speak, I'm in big trouble for that here in Nimbin. I've been in big trouble for that. Today, I have 10 charges on my back. I've been smashed. I've been faced with so much violence. I've been abused. The only way to protect myself is to use my voice, and I will raise my voice to protect against this violence and abuse. I've been in trouble for that. In general, I've been extremely misunderstood in this community. Because me, I'm part of the people live outside day and night in Nimbin. The people live outside are often on drug and alcohol. So I'm not smoking, I'm not drinking alcohol, and I don't take any drug. So I'm a really clear mind to see what's going on. And these people are often taking drug and alcohol and even marijuana. And I see that make their mind not clear to deal what they have to deal. I speak with these people, and they all have a big trauma. So these people are in a trauma. There is a lot of trauma people in Nimbi town. And they're using alcohol and drug to cover their trauma. And that is a big issue in this town, through my eyes. And the kids go back to the kid, and the kids are there, and they see that. And I see a lot of kids copy what these people do. At the river, they are just very little smoking bong at the river. And I'm like, oh, wow, they already damaged their lungs, that their lungs is even not yet developed. And drinking alcohol and at the river. Speak about the river, it's a lot of mess. I clean so much rubbish at the river and needle. There is a lot of needle. And kids are there and see needle. So that will be one of the big issues I want to speak, and it will be nice to find a solution of that, because yes, it's about the kids of this town. And it's on their eyes. These things are on their eyes, and it's no good. So if someone have a solution or if we can speak more deeply about that, it would be really nice because Nimbin is my town. I belong to here and I want to see the children and myself singing, dancing and share. We eat, we rather to drinking and smoking, and that is what I wish for Nimbin. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those concerns, and I'm sure the community will appreciate looking into those. As a writer, from the last session, I took a range of notes, and we probably won't have time to answer all those, but some of the speakers that were in this session have addressed some of those issues, and I'll just briefly list those out for you that stuck out in my mind that I would address in writing an article on community. I did speak to Carol Perry during the break about some of these issues, and Carol indicated she may not be back at this session. However, the 4 topics relevant to the last session that I took notes on was 1, and this would have been directly addressed or put to both Tuntable and Damiana as more cohesive groups, was the infrastructure growth and maintenance planning and systems for the future growth of their communities. That may be addressed in an upcoming session. 2, ageing within community. What these communities are doing to address the ageing of their pioneers and how they would be planning to maintain those members within their community structures. Relative to even in the wider community, planning for ageing is a difficult concept or task. And it is also possibly a task that these communities would need to be looking into. Point 3 that I looked at was changing in generational psychology and values. We are living in an increasingly individualistic society. The culture of individualism and attentiveness to self is growing at a rapid rate, influenced by media. And even the communities which started with various value systems are now confronting a new range of individualism coming in, even with the newer generations taking up. And the point 4 that I was very interested in maybe hearing some feedback on was probably tied up with that last point, but addressing personality associated with this new culture of individualism, because personality and the need for individual personality seems to be stronger than ever. And I know Carol was very foremost in her community on conflict resolution, on the aspirations of good communication and running programs for that. But I think we've heard in a number of other communities, they are struggling with these personality changes and with these cultural changes. And I know we have a gentleman that's across from me from Tuntable. So if I go back to point 1, and you mentioned about the school becoming a central hub of cohesiveness in changing times. But also throughout that period, there has been, especially at Tuntable, a need for planning for infrastructure growth and maintenance of systems and roads and things like that. If I was to hand back to you for the community here, is how did Tuntable approach that planning, that infrastructure planning, that growth planning,
and the financial needs for that infrastructure planning within the community.
Oh, that's a lot to talk to. We have, for the financial side of things, we pay rates every year. Every member pays rates, and this is the pool of cash that we have to deal with. At our AGMs, which next one is coming up soon for this year, we have members put forward proposals for budget spending, and they are discussed and voted on with the Treasurer's input, who is most aware of the situation. So far as roads go, we've had roads groups in the past. I don't know, do we have a roads group at the moment? I don't know, but we have had roads groups who we have a roads budget, and we've been getting around and fixing up the roads one after the other. There's a lot of roads there to be fixed up, and especially after the floods, we had I think it was about $200,000 a lump sum for emergencies in our budget, and that was all used up fixing the road into Tuntable and other places where the landslips had closed, and we went through that in a very short time. So that, so far as roads go, we're a bit strapped for cash, but I'm confident we'll get around to do things. We've had environment groups over the years where we get together work days for weeding. We recently had a work day where one of our fire trails was cleared. It's a long trail. It's called the South End Dam Trail. That was cleared. That was used to save the fire spreading to other places, actually. It was, we all got in there. It was, in 2019 when the fires happened, it was closed over. It wasn't a well-maintained fire trail. As the others weren't well-maintained either, but within a few hours people opened that up, and there was a backburn up the western ridge of our community, which saved it spreading further into places like Terrania. Our fire trails, there's more work needs to be done on our fire trails. It's a work in progress. What are the other things you wanted me? For ageing. What we have so far is a place called, it used to be called Sam's House, and it's the THC, the Tuntable Healthcare Centre, and it's not very extensive, wouldn't be able to cope with the ageing population. There have been people through there who've been able to live there. It's got good access. It's got all the mod cons that are needed there. So far as planning for the future goes, there's a suggestion that we turn over part of our community land to tiny house, I suppose, housing near the centre, which is where we'd like to have it, so we elderly people have access to the hall and the school and all the things that are around the centre of our community. That's what's being talked about. Nothing has been done physically so far.
Well, I can go to the next person after me. Sort of continuing from what Doug's touched on very well, I think. Excuse me. As I say, I've been down in Tasmania for 15 years, but community and cooperatives have still been a passion of mine down there. There's several things that over the years that I've seen, like what Janaki was touching on and what Joanna was, over and over, say on Tuntable, if someone really transgressed everything, like we had a very strong rule, no powders, no heavy drugs. Anyway, big problems and people that were behaving badly, all we could legally do was send them a very stern solicitor's letter. We had no legal means of them being evicted. Other problem is many of those members had children and houses growing up there, so a big problem. What I believe, and we talked about a lot over the years, is that when a new member comes, well, first of all, you had to live on Tuntable for a year and be approved by the tribal meeting and then the board. What I think needed to be done was a very clear legal document. I don't know if it's happening now, I hope it is, that when you get your share, you sign a statement that says that you have read the rules and bylaws and you agree to cooperate, because we're a cooperative, and to abide by those laws, so that if you don't, the community has a legal case that they can fight on. Another one that I learnt down in Hobart, there's a wonderful co-housing cooperative there that's one of the most successful groups I've ever come upon. They too went through all the friction and so forth and came upon a solution that many of us could consider, which is to allocate some of the budget for someone like Carol Perry or a business or group that can be called on to facilitate or mediate for difficult problems. But more importantly, every member of that group has the right for 3 sessions to mediation between groups. And that has brought a big change to that community and got rid of an awful lot of the factionalizations. Once again, talking about the staying on the community for a year, one of the lessons I learned from Carol, and I love it, she called it the tyranny of politeness. And it is, someone comes, like what Janaki was alluding to, was that they do all the right things, they say all the right things, they jump through all the hoops, they're there every time cooperating, they get their share. And then suddenly, this is mine and you can't, and I don't do that and I won't. But in that year's time leading up to it, you have a gut feeling. And you don't, but you daren't say it because other people say, oh, I think they're lovely, they're wonderful, aren't they fantastic? And you go, oh, no, I don't think, anyway, yes. And so I love it, the tyranny of politeness. And that is, speak your truth. And we all have to learn how to be grown up and say the hard things and speak your truth. And then it brings us to the next one. We all have to learn how to listen properly. And so much of cooperation is not in the talking, but in the listening. And I've nearly finished. There is, for those that are contemplating setting up their own community or co-housing. I had to go down in Tassie to get a co-housing project together in Deloraine. The problem was that the individuals who were selling their properties and that to join in couldn't understand. They wanted to own their bit, you know. And I tried to explain to them that that's where it all falls apart. What it has to be is you all own all of it, and everyone continues to pay rent. And on Tuntable, we're sort of a hybrid, and we, once again, making things up as we went along, and we don't technically own the property. I hope this is still true. But you can be reimbursed for the building materials for what you've put on the site. So now that means that you still pay money, and that money technically goes through the account of the cooperative, but then is paid to the person that built, because we don't own any of the land. So that reduces the value there, but that's not quite good enough. If we were going to do it again, I would say that Tuntable, we built all the places and we all rent them, but that's not going to ever happen. But I suggest that as a model that we've heard several times. Also, that there was a group called PanCom, and back in the 90s, all us old ones tried to document and share all our information. And so I know that Graham Irvine has made lists of the different legal structures, etc. That has now been included, and I can't tell you how thrilled I am that it didn't all get burnt or thrown away, that there is an Aquarian archive that was attached to the Southern Cross Uni, and that has all been digitised. So you can go on to the Aquarian Archives digital collection and find a lot of that document. You might have to scroll through an awful lot, but I know Peter Hamilton and I sat there for months and months going through all the different documents and making sure that we had the primary core bits. Mullaney, I think it's called Mullaney Village Co-Housing Project, is started up there. And the people up there have very generously put online because it's so hard when you're starting and trying to work out what you want in the Constitution, and it's like Kath reading out the rules for Bodie Farm, that we will live right with the land, we will be right with all people and everything. Well, as we've learned through the years, is define right, please. And it would be, and once again on Tuntable, we started with 4 rules back in 1973. Thou shalt not add soap to the creek. No dogs, no cats. No guns, and no heroin or no heavy drugs. That was it. That was enough for all of us. Well, I can tell you now, and it's probably twice as thick, that we have a document about 1 centimetre thick of all the bylaws, etc., that we've had to come up with to deal with, mostly to deal with environmental management of the property. But so this new group, they've put online a format for a constitution and also the legal documentation that you can use as a template to develop your own. And then finally, something that's driven me since the Rainier protest, I think it was on one of the big tents. I used to think someone should do something about it until I realised I'm someone. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Lisa. Maybe as a resource, although it's not Australian, in the United States there's something like the Federation of Intentional Communities. They have hundreds of pages of amazing information and courses online. And unfortunately, our MO think tank is not working anymore, after PEN communities. I hope that revives again. I would love to say about, like you say, what is your worst experience? And what's the solution? I don't believe a problem has a solution. I think that's a trap. I think what we need is process. Like, how do we go about getting to outcomes? Whatever the problem is, and the future is not lived, so we never know a solution. It's always in flux, and it will always stay in flux. And what I see a lot is, and Carol talked about it, when we are in meetings, it's like who's right and who's wrong. And then things happen between people instead of keeping the problem in the middle. This is the problem. What do we feel about it? What do we think about it? What do we wish? What are our fears? And feeding into the problem, and something then new might come out. And it's amazing, but there's 1,000 books about how to be a good facilitator. From books like that, Facilitating from the Heart, there is not one book about how to be a good participant. And I think we have to learn to be good participants.
Nearly. Close. It's been wonderful listening to everybody. My name's Wendy. Hello. I first came up here, well, visiting, and then I came up when the Terania Rainforest protest was on and stayed and had my first experience of community, what it really felt like when people were working together for a common purpose. And after that, we formed a group called Project Trees. Does anybody remember that? Yeah. So we went and planted trees on people's land in exchange for whatever they would give us. And it was a wonderful mix of people. And, you know, when you have this higher purpose, it flows so much more easily. Then I got involved in a community where we bought land, Coochie Creek Co-op, out past Chillingham. And it gets harder because we didn't have that purpose, that common purpose. Now I'm involved with Rob Road Community, and at times it feels like it's working really well, at other times it feels like we need some sort of governance process that really works. And a few years ago, there was an attempt to start a community eco-village in Bruns Eco-Village in Brunswick Heads. And Graham and I both joined. There was a year-long process. And one of the things that we learned there was sociocracy, which is a fabulous tool for communities working together. So I highly recommend that people check it out, SOCIO, sociocracy. And the other thing we did was nonviolent communication. And while the actual group folded for various reasons, it didn't have to do with the fact that those processes weren't working. And I would love to be able to introduce sociocracy, and I learned a lot about it, and I can facilitate to some extent, and there are other people around who could facilitate. I think that is one of the, dare I say, solutions to some of these issues that get so entrenched in communities, because it's possible to then work with these processes, and rather than having this focus on individuals and different individuals' ideas, there's always a process to come back to. And one of the wonderful things, I won't go into a whole lot of details, is that at one point you go round the circle and listen to everybody's perspective on a proposal. Oh, this person says something, immediately this one counters, which is what happens constantly. Oh, this person says something, immediately this one counters, which is what happens constantly, as I know, in groups. So I think it really helps to have some sort of structure that you talk these processes, these proposals through with, and then there's a chance that you can actually come to some common understanding. And I saw it with the Bruns Eco Village. We had an issue about dogs and no dogs. And we really worked with that. And there were so many of us, but they nominated some of us to be in a group, some pro-dog, some no-dog, and then we worked with sociocracy and we came to a decision together. We really listened to each other at a heart level, and that was so, so positive. At the end, we all felt good with each other. So I recommend that.
Thank you.
Yes.
just want to add to what Wendy said. Paul and I were once filming in Western Samoa, and we were filming sort of a story about a guy who was wanting to pay $80,000 to build a school, and the Solomon Island government wouldn't give them any teachers unless they built a concrete 2-storey school. So they were talking about whether they would trust this American ethnobotanist to actually go back to America and get money to do this, or whether they thought he was tricking them out of their land. And we're filming this, and we didn't have him with us because he was in the meeting and he was the only one that could understand what they were saying. And so we thought, well, we were filming on film, we'll stop. So we shot quite a lot, about 20 minutes or more of the recreation of the meeting, and then we stopped. And I said, you can't stop now, like this is the most important part. And afterwards it was explained to us what the kind of political structure of these people was. And that is that they have a chief for everything, like the sea and the sky and the forests and everything, the fish, and and they're born into this. And if they're no good at it, well, then they get, pushed off, and some other kid gets pushed in, and on they go. And it even has a special language. So it doesn't even have the same language as the village language. Has like a high language, which does happen in quite a few countries. There's a kind of a royal language, and they have a royal language. Anyway, in this meeting, it was explained to us that what happened was the first person to talk was the chief for the forest. And he had to explain what was happening, that, they had to save their forest from being logged, and the only way they could do it was to get this, ethnobotanist to put in this money. And on it went, and then the second person who spoke was absolutely trained from birth to be the devil's advocate. So he always put the counterpoint of view. That was his job. And he put the counterpoint of view. On it went around the whole circle with everyone expressing their opinions. And second last to express their opinions was the chief for the forest. And the last person to speak was this devil's advocate. And unless they changed the devil's advocate opinion, they just went round and around and around and around and around. And at one stage, if they couldn't change his opinion, they did give up, and they just had to go with that being the case. But I think it was such an interesting way to solve dilemmas. It was a very interesting structure, and maybe in the way we deal with things, we're using probably very old English structures from schools or something, and perhaps, we need to look at different structures to sort out problems a bit better.
Just what you say. It's exactly like something came in my mind, and it's exactly linked with just what you say, because I live with indigenous, my partner is indigenous. And so I'm used to visit the family and be with the indigenous people. And they know live with structure very well. They have got the key. They have the key of how live together, because they live together in a land, in perfect harmony with the land. And they've got a key. The problem, there is a big issue in this country by me not come from here and come here, be within indigenous people. Look, we are all indigenous. For me, we are all indigenous. But for the people who was here for a long time, and the one came after, today I see a big clash. People are not together yet. And that is really big issue. One of the big issue with indigenous people, it's because it's alcohol. They are almost all on alcohol, and that is destroy them. I see all the families, all people, to the young people, the alcohol are just destroy them, and they have so much to teach us. If, like you say, we all sat in a circle, clear mind, so no alcohol, no drug at all, clear mind. We all sat in a circle and listened each other, because we all have each other to pass through, and the indigenous people hold a lot key to how we can live in harmony together.
Right. Hello, I'm Dominic. And you see me floating around with guitars on my back and things. But I was at the first meeting for Tuntable. I backed out when the meeting dissolved into someone on that side saying, where will I keep my horses? And someone over here on that wall was saying, what do you mean there's horses? We're not having horses. And another guy down the front here said, yeah, we'll need horses for the cattle. And then someone back here went, no, we're vegetarian. It's going to be a vegetarian community. And I watched this, and I remember being 17 or 18-year-old and literally backing out onto Nimbin Street. Really deeply, deeply disappointed. Deeply disappointed. But I'm here still 50 years later. I remember Tuntable. I remember going to the end where the drying kilns were for the wood at the old sawmill, and there was food in there. And nobody was looking after it. You just left money if you had it and you took food. So I do have pedigree to be speaking about what I'm going to offer, which is 50 years of education. I've went into teaching and I studied classrooms. I studied them. I watched them. I watched the process of learning. And I was a founder member of one of the biggest environment centres on the eastern seaboard, Gecko up there. All of which gave rise to my deep focus on governance. How do you govern, or what is not govern? How do you give structure to a vehicle? I was down here at the pub the other night, and this little kid with a hat goes, 50 cents, I'll tell you a joke, okay? And then he looks at me and he goes, okay, and he goes, who's there? And I thought that was brilliant. And then he goes, oh, no, sorry. I left out the first bit. Knock, knock. And I said, no, you got it right. Who's there is what Nimbin's biggest joke is. Who and why are we here? That's the question. And where do we wish or think we're going? And when you ask those questions, you start looking for vehicles. We all look for vehicles to run out there to Nimbin. You judge the road. But if you're on your own, you walk, or you get a bicycle, you get a partner. You put her on the back, or put him on the back of the motorbike. If you get a kid, you put a tricycle, 3. Then you get a car, and then you have to ask yourself, where am I going? What will be likely the requirements of this vehicle? And that's when you start to look at whether it's going to be a big vehicle, community, or a large vehicle, and it's going to be a bus. You're going to carry many people. Do you account for having the prospect of having children? We would only buy one vehicle if we knew what was coming down the chute. I'm going to have 3 kids. I can't fit them on the back of my bicycle. Some countries they do. So my focus became deeply involved in the process of governance and how do humans live together. I just showed Fantuzzi this little note while you were talking, and it says, I wrote, the problem with people is we are only human. And this is not going to change, of course. So how do we interact together? I can't offer that because the details are unique, I used to run community groups and things. We used to always, for example, referencing something here about the communication cycle, if you had something to offer to what was being spoken, you made that gesture so that the chairperson, the driver of the vehicle, could turn and face you. And that way it didn't jump from hither to yon, not knowing, without any continuity. If you had a point to make about something, you gestured with a point. I mean, it doesn't matter. These are just protocol things. But protocols are what keeps the vehicle together. You don't need to know about how it's made until it's not working. And then you have to ask someone who knows how it's made. And that's what I'm suggesting I can offer a little insight into. I was trying to work out how it's described. I thought of the word chassis. You have to have a chassis appropriate to what landscape you think, spiritscape you think you're going to travel. Some of those chassis are ancient, Buddhism and some of the classic indigenous chassis. But we have got our own. The word tribe tells us that. Tribe. 3. Tribe. It's the original concept of humans living together. Tribunes and all the rest of it. It's the lowest democratic number. So I have developed a concept, or whatever you call it, a model, which I'm very happy to share with everybody on it. I think I could sell it, but I'm not interested in that, because it's not mine. It's like a joke. You get the joke because you share it with the teller and the origin of it and the moment that you hear it in. Everything becomes funny then and delightful. As I said, the first meeting I came to prior to this, someone asked me, where are you going? I'm going to Nimbin, see the hippies. What are hippies? You tell me what a hippie is, they said. And I said to the circle, and I'm saying it again, a hippie is someone who finds delight in the dark. And I think this is what we've been doing for the last 50 years. And I do feel that we're getting some light in this dark. But the dark is not of itself wrong or evil or bad. It's just what we have to deal with. This is the world we live in. So I'm delighted for the light. We heard about Finhorn. In my time, when I lived on community, Finhorn was this archetype of light centre. And that light centre was going to go further throughout the world. And each of our aspiration, I was over at Midgenville for a while, our aspiration was to become a light centre. Little did we know how much radiance that would require and irradiation. Anyway, I just don't want to go into it deeply, but the tribe is, the concept I'm offering is up for grabs. If you want to hear it, I spoke about it the other day briefly. I call it geodesic because it allows, because I was on the Jolly Tuntable, and I don't know whose place it was, I apologise, but I stayed in your geodesic dome down there, just had plastic. I was amazed by its shape. I loved Buckminster Fuller, and so the notion of geodesic, something that can expand to meet the requirements and the demands, but when it's off season, it goes back again. But the cellular structure, the cellular structure remains the same. And you see that in design. You just see it in all design, nature. Nature uses the replication of simplicity to achieve enormous complexity. Humans are enormously complex. Living together is enormously complex. I don't have to tell you that. But there are simple ways to mitigate, not to reduce the foibles and follies of humanity, but to mitigate them by agreement to travel in that vehicle. I join this community, I will travel in this community according to its agreement. And that is, as a hitchhiker, I used to do, up and down these valleys, if the bloody thing broke down while you're hitchhiking, you helped. You didn't go out and hitch again. You helped the person who picked you up, because that was the community that you shared for whatever distance it was. Or you pushed the bloody combi, and I pushed plenty of split window combis that ran out of petrol because they never had a gauge that worked. So that's what you do when you hitch a ride on a community. You participate in its structural, but you don't need to until it breaks down. And we've heard people talking about the breakdown. I'm suggesting that if you know the chassis and the mechanism of the basic concepts, like simple thrust, lift and drag of aeronautics, if you understand the basic principles of head, heart and hand, what you know and what you need to learn, what you feel and what you need to acquire or share or express, and what needs to be done and the skills needed to do it, that triad, which Steiner talked about as an educator, head, heart, hand, the information, the inspiration, and the involvement. That's how I taught. I'd ask students when they brought their when assignments would say, I say, I want you to bring me knowledge, show me something I don't know, and you delight in finding, but also show the passion that you utilise to bring it about, to find it, to explore it, and then do something with it, and give me something to do with it, and I'll give you a good mark. That's how communities are fundamentally structured, but I think I'm talking about an extract. What I'm talking about can never really be turned into another avocado or the fruit, but I have juiced some of that fruit down as an educator to a fundamental framework, which is what I call the geodesic. If you're interested in it, I would be delighted to share with you. But it does address this. It doesn't address the questions of ownership and tenure and all that sort of stuff. But it deals with the prospect of it, because it's a very fundamental system. It goes 3, 9, 27, and that's the agenda, always 27 on the agenda. If you have a project that doesn't fit in, you decide whether that project is a separate, and that daughter branches off, and she is exactly the same. She carries its features of the mother community, but she does it in her own form. She twists and turns, but she changes her hair, whatever she does, but she is decidedly or discernibly related to the pedigree. And then if she has children, on it goes. And when I say children, other projects. And projects can be roads, they can be whatever. But they have always that same structure. That means that if something gets completed and fixed and achieved, someone looks around and goes, right, what do I do now? Oh, I'll go back and serve the mother. And that's how we've done it. We've always done it that way. And I am puzzled that this is it's a simple question, who's there? And if you want to ask who's there talking to you, come and see me.
Testing one. I have the shortest, I hope, plug-in that works, because one of the problems in making it happen like this is that some people go too long. And so a little sign with a heart on it, meaning you got to close it soon. And then another one that you got to close it now. But I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to say I've been to so many incredible communities. The Love family had 300 people. They had thousands of acres of land up in Washington. They taught me how to take care of my kids. I used to spank them because I grew up getting spanked. They never spanked their kids. And they were the best behaved kids I've ever seen. So I went, if they can do it, I can do it. And I got better connection with my kids, better response without being violent with them. Hallelujah. The other community is that I'm wanting to bring up is Damanhur. Anybody heard of Damanhur? Please put your hands up. Yeah, I believe it's still in strong existence. And they bring in, they make their own clothes, they make their own food, they have their own money. They bring in scientists. I mean, I'm supposed to be saying this, but they even have a time machine. And they don't fool around, those people. But to get to the real point here is, your question is solutions. I like the way that there's one person from here said, there are no solutions. We have to dialogue. We have to work with everything that comes up, and it doesn't work usually with one thing that fixes everything. That's not the way life works usually. But one solution that I came up with, because my daddy passed away and left me a little tiny bit of money, and I found a spot in Hawaii that was super inexpensive, and everybody wanted to buy with me. Fantuzzi, yes, I want to buy some land with you. I mean, I had 17 people or something. Guess what I did? I would not go in with anybody. Guess why? The Sufis, which were the most, in Maui, Hawaii, were the most spiritual, coolest people I have ever met in my life. And they had a community. Guess what? It did not work. They ended up fighting with each other. I could go on and on and on and other examples about this, but I'm just going to say that what I did was I bought a piece of land, And there's lots of pieces still available right on that street. And if any one of those people was interested in buying with me, we might already have been arguing, and I've only had my piece of land for 15 years. One person offered me $80,000. I said, let me sleep on this. I can't say no right away. I woke up in the morning, I said, hell no, thank you. Keep your money. It's not about money. It's about making something happen that works. So sometimes I think that if we buy a piece of land right next to each other, that maybe then we don't go into this that ends up happening in communities, and we could just create beautiful places next to each other and find ways to make a better world for everybody. Thank you very much for listening.
He's still there. Why do hippies dance like this? To keep the music out of their eyes.
Do you think we should knock off now?
I have a very quick and easy solution, a process that will work towards solution. And I have seen this work since 1981 on thousands of communities in the East with Eastern thinking in third world countries. I've seen one really good community in Australia, really excellent community in Australia, but I also see what you've done in Nimbin, and I want to say congratulations. Thank you for your tenacity, for your courage, for your commitment to follow your heart and what you're passionate about. And it really is an exemplary work of what has been done in Nimbin, even with all the problems. But just 5 words that I've used and I've seen other people use. I've taught community development at a university level. I've been doing it since community development since 1980. But these 5 words are really profound. And like you might know the cycles and stages of grief. And if you've gone through grief, you know the first thing is shock and denial, and then anger and depression. But you cycle through those phases. Well, these 5 words that rhyme, that are easy to remember, for process for community development that have really worked, can be cycled through, but they are form. We come as individuals and we can only give what's in our heart and what we're passionate about. And we've got to form with other individuals and find a body, a structure, a dream, a vision. So you form. And after you form, you find your norm as you've come together. You're no longer individuals. It's like a marriage, you know. And after that, you storm, because after a honeymoon period, you find that maybe my idea of what our common unity was is not translating in real action. So I need to tell you that I'm not happy with that. And you know, I want you to listen. And it's a reciprocal situation of telling your truth and listening. So you need to get through that storming. If you've been in a relationship or a marriage, you know that if you can't get through that storming, the relationship's either dead or it's dysfunctional for the next 30 years. And you're struggling, and it's damaging, and it's not good. So storming, getting through that storming is a very hard situation, and you have to have courage, and you have to maintain your faith, your hope, your strength, your courage, your passion, your dream. You can't let that go, but you also have to be aware that you have to give away some of that to find that common unity. It's a transaction. You have to take some things from people and give some of your stuff back and ease back. So you form, you norm, you storm, and then you might norm again around that. And only after you do that can you perform and really achieve things. And if it's been a really good community and you have to leave it to form another community, which I've done, you mourn. So I think if some of those concepts, they're very simple things, but it describes any process that you can go through when you're developing something from a vision, a seed, and you're putting rubber on the road, and you're dealing with humanity and human nature and selfishness and all that stuff. It really does work. Form, norm, storm, what did I say? Form, norm, storm, perform, and mourn. And hopefully the mourning isn't because of the heartbreak within that process. It's because you've done it well and you can move on and do something well somewhere else. But well done for what's been done here. I was talking to someone who was talking about Woodstock and what happened in America, and we came to an epiphany around the table, and we said, yeah, John's been here all week. He travelled, 18 hours to get here. And we had an epiphany together, didn't we, John? Because we sort of came to realise that while everyone looks at Woodstock as the cultural shift and the cultural change, it was more of an event that had ripples through the world. But really, Nimbin has been putting your feet and putting your roots in the ground and growing trees and growing communities that have survived for 50 years. Well done. But I also want to say, I want to thank my sister over here from living on the streets. My husband and I have set up a charity with friends 8 years ago in Byron for helping street people get off the street and people with affordable housing and tiny houses, and we were hoping to combine our passion for community and finding places to house people who really need it and to look after older people as they age, because if we really need to think, how can we make someone else's life a bit easier? And that's what I know the heart of Nimbin is. I know that. But I want to say that we've learned so much from people on the street. Anyone can be homeless. I've heard stories that it just shows a few bad situations, anyone can be homeless. We are not above it happening to us. But what I see is partly Nimbin is an epitome of a countercultural revolution where we've looked at the mainstream and we've gone, I'm not really happy with this, there's some issues, we could do it better. And we're doing that. But then there are people, and people call that a dropout culture, some people. But there are people on the street who have dropped out further than what we have in our communities in Nimbin because they're living on the street. So they're mainstream, the next circle is community or alternative living, and the next is street living, where you haven't even got a community. You haven't even got that stability. We can learn from them and we can help them and they can learn from us. We're all in this together. Let's make sure everyone has a safe place to sleep overnight, has a safe community, has a future to develop what we've all dreamed about.
What a great finish to the day. I really appreciated that. Thank you. And to everybody's contribution today. It's been absolutely amazing. And I really hope we keep on being strong as a community and that we progress through the issues that there are. Thank you very much for coming. And could you help us shift the chairs back to the side? I believe there's no cafe tonight or tomorrow too, or just tonight?
Most of the sessions this evening, there's 3 film sessions which will all be down at the Bush Theatre at 4:30, 6:30 and at 8:30 the screening of Man on Wire, Philippe Petit's daring walk between the Twin Towers in New York and 74. That will be on this evening. The hall is closing up for the evening and the Veranda Cafe will not be open tonight for dinner. However, the chai tent can be accessed through the car park behind the hall. If you could please stack up your chairs and drop any crockery, cutlery out of the kitchen, that would be great. Thank you.